Can everybody please rise for the invocation? Jerry, you're going to introduce our guest.
I will. This is Reverend Kevin Hall from the Lockney Bay United Methodist Church. He's the minister down there. So very nice church.
Thank you. Let us pray. Almighty God, as we come before you this evening, Father, we ask for your blessing upon this council. Father, we seek to be about the business of providing for those of your children, Lord God. And we ask for your blessing upon each of these commissioners. Father, that you would instill within them your wisdom and your guidance as they make decisions for this county. Father, we ask that their decision is based upon the greater need of every individual and not just a certain class. Father, we ask for your blessing upon Wakulla County here, that you would prevail in all of the deliberations and all of the actions of this commission and of this county. Be with those here, Lord, who are seeking to lead and to direct the affairs of this county. And Father, we thank you for this privilege to be able to come before you to ask for your blessing. We do so now. In Christ Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And tonight we have Jimmy Cochran. If you would come forward, Jimmy. Jimmy's going to lead us in the pledge to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The first business is the approval of the agenda. Any changes or modifications, Ms. Arch?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add a real quick announcement under awards and presentations.
Okay.
Under consent, I would like to pull item 5 about the community center for discussion. And then a couple other things. I noticed that a lot of people are here out of concern about the budgetary items, which are all the way at the end. So I'd like to suggest moving at least 22, if not 22 and 23, at least to the beginning of general business, if not in front of planning and zoning. So people may want to discuss that.
Now, there may be people, can I speak? Yeah. There may be people who have looked at our agenda and are anticipating coming near that agenda item and have allocated time for that, like people who know that may be coming from Tallahassee or something. I'm just saying it's something to consider.
Well, if we put it at the beginning of general business, we're still going to have all of planning and zoning ahead of it. I just noticed there are a lot of people now, and that I've asked, who specifically they're here to find out their fate. Okay, the other changes, because of the length of this meeting, well, let me back up. I would also propose that we table the administrator item till the next meeting, because there needs to be more research done on the headhunter option. It was mentioned, but they didn't actually have much. That wasn't included as an option on this. And also, because of the length of the meeting, I would suggest putting the county attorney's item and items 11 and 12 regarding the roadway maintenance off till next meeting also.
So you're recommending tabling 11 and 12 and tabling
the county
14,
attorney's item.
14.
I don't think the roadway maintenance thing needs to be tabled. I mean, it's the form. If they filled it out correctly, then
Well, if we don't table it, I would like the county's attorney's item to precede those items.
Of course, Ms. Arts, which, as you know, what she's talking about is for future development, so it wouldn't even affect this one.
Well, it could
It
affect
could
this one
affect
if you all
it.
decided to act upon it.
So that's fine. If you aren't concerned about the length of the meeting, then I would be fine with putting those two items after the county attorney's item.
I want to add one thing on that, though. There was one person who was potentially interested in this item, and I did indicate to them that I thought it would be tabled. Because I was going to request that to try and cut down on that number of items, so I wouldn't want to have misled this person.
That's fine.
And it's not anything that's going to change the way we're doing business if we table it.
That's fine.
I don't care. It's up to the board. Okay, so Ms. Arts, let's get it right here. You have an announcement under awards and presentations. You want to pull item 5 on consent. You want to table 11 and 12 and 14. Is there any others for you?
Well, the county attorney's item related to 11 and 12.
You mean table it or just pull it?
Table it until you take up 11 and 12 would probably make sense.
Okay.
I'd like to at least discuss item 14, maybe under discussion items. Maybe not need to vote on it, but I certainly would like to talk about it tonight.
That's fine. I just know that and maybe I should let the county administrator speak, but I know that when he was not able to contact one of the lower cost but higher quality headhunter or executive search options, and so that's why it's not included, and I think we should wait to vote on that till we have that information.
I'd like to talk about this process in general.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, so we'll leave 14 on for discussion then, at least, and see where it goes. Okay, any other changes by the board? Okay, Mr. Barden, any changes?
None for me, sir.
Nothing? Okay. So again, an announcement, pulling consent item 5, tabling 11 and 12, and tabling 18.
I have a question on 15. Are we voting to approve that tonight, or are we just talking about it on 15?
No, it's just to begin the process.
Does that mean if we begin the process, we can vote on it at some other time, whether we're going to go forward?
It'll have to be advertised. This is just to get started. So yes, the answer is yes.
But if I don't want to go that way, what do we do
You can vote against it.
at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The other thing I'd ask for 22 and 23 to be moved up to the beginning of general business.
Okay? If that's all right with the rest of the board, that's fine with me. Moving 22 and 23 to the beginning of general business. Okay, just remind me when we get there, Ms. Arts. Okay, any other changes? I hear a motion to approve those changes.
Motion approved.
Okay, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Arts. Any more discussion? All for the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Next is the public hearing.
Yes, Commissioners, this evening your public hearing is board approval, consideration to adopt the revised public school facilities element and revised capital improvements text amendment to the comprehensive plan CP 10-01. If the board will recall, they voted to transmit these changes back at their February 7th, 2011 public hearing. The board voted unanimously at that time to transmit. Since that date, the state has been reviewing and has issued its board report, its objections, recommendations, and comments. No objections were raised by any state agencies. There was a minor change suggested, and that was addressing the adoption date for the work program of the school board, the Educational Facilities Work Program. That adoption date was November 29th of 2010. The board transmitted and is being asked this evening to adopt the public school facilities element as well as the capital improvements element for reasons of making adjustments to some of the population projection numbers for school facilities. I would note that there are some changes that staff is aware of that are needed in the capital improvements element. Those changes will be made later on this year, and we will bring those changes back to the board for transmittal and ultimate adoption. There have been some changes to the growth management laws moving forward related to both the capital improvements element and the public school facilities element, and later on this year we will be bringing these changes with respect to these elements to the board for their input as to how to proceed. So this evening we're holding the adoption hearing for this.
I move to conduct the final public hearing and vote to adopt the proposed text amendment to the public school facilities element and capital improvements element of the comprehensive plan based upon the recommendations of the Planning Commission and the findings of facts and conclusion of law made by the board and any evidence submitted at the hearing hereon.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any citizens? Any more discussion? Yes, ma'am?
Yes, I'm glad we'll have an opportunity to next year to look at, or in the fall to look at them, because I think there are some updates that are needed to some of the items.
Okay. Any more discussion? All for the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is awards and presentations, and the first is the announcement recognizing our baseball team. And it's been, I just wanted to tell you some facts about them. We're very proud of them, and we all should be. It's been 43 years since Wakulla High School has been to state. On May 13th, the War Eagles beat Bishop Kenny in Jacksonville 7-6, which promoted the War Eagles to the state semifinals on May 23rd in Port St. Lucie. Wakulla played defending state champions Archbishop McCarthy in the state semifinals and lost 2-4. Even with a loss, this team should be proud for making it this far. They fought hard and are a very talented group. I talked to some of the folks who went and watched the game, and they said that maybe some of y'all may be in the audience, but the pitcher from the opposing team was being looked at by the pros to be taken in this, which is happening tonight. I don't know if he will be, but they're looking at getting him to play. So that was the kind of team we were up against. I'd like to congratulate the team members and their coaches for a successful 10-11 season with a 18-10 record. Head coach Mike Gauger and his assistant coaches Keith Anderson, Drew Cook, Ricky Meyer, and Mike Smith. So well done to them. And the next... The next item is, Ms. Arch, you had something to announce?
Yes, I just wanted to let everybody know that this Thursday we have two important, exciting workshops coming up. At 5 o'clock is a workshop on the community center and how we're going to developing a conceptual plan for the 22-acre site. We'll also be talking about how we should proceed with the legislative appropriation that we have. And that will be followed by a workshop that Commissioner Merritt requested, looking at our standards for wastewater treatment, performance-based treatment systems, and wetlands ordinance, I think. So lots to talk about. I hope you'll join us on Thursday, June 9th.
Okay. Any other announcements before we move on?
There's some seats on this side of the room if y'all want to come in.
Okay, the next item is a consent agenda. We need to approve the items that were left, item 5 being pulled. We approve the remaining. Need a motion to do that?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the remaining items. Any more discussion? All for the motion?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. And now we'll listen to item 5. I think, Ms. Arch, you pulled that.
Yes, we issued an RFP for programming services at the community center. We had one respondent, the Capital Area YMCA, and I think they're pretty much willing to provide whatever it is we want them to do. They're very flexible. I know there's mention in the agenda item about fee structures. There will be a membership fee that's required for their activities, although there will be sliding scale for low income and also scholarships so that no one will be excluded. And one thing I would like to have considered as well is possibly 2 different types of memberships. One that would just be local, if they only wanted to use the programs and activities in Wakulla, which wouldn't be very expensive, or whether they also wanted access to the other facilities, the pools and other programs at the other Ys in the capital area. So that, I just wanted the board to know that's something I'm interested in exploring with them. I know Gail Campbell is here, and I think there's been a lot of discussion at the Wakulla County Coalition for Youth about their vision for the community center, and she's going to speak in a few minutes to just share that perspective. And then the last thing is, rather than just direct staff to negotiate a contract, I'd kind of like to see something short of a final negotiated contract, and the county attorney suggested that we get a sheet of terms. Is that the correct word? A term sheet, which would be after there's been some negotiation, it would be a specification of the terms without having the contract fully spelled out so that we could review that. So I'm going to make a motion not to negotiate the contract, but to bring back a sheet of terms for review. So I move that we approve the YMC proposal and authorize staff to enter into negotiations and bring a term sheet back to the board for review.
Second.
Motion and a second. Ms. Campbell, you had some comments?
Yes, I just wanted to let everyone know that the Wakulla County Coalition for Youth is comprised of 30 to 35 agencies and providers, many of whom are youth-serving organizations, and we have been very much a part of discussions related to the community center. And some of the conversation has included that it's important that the community center remain a community center as opposed to being a YMCA. Now, the YMCA is likely in this room. That's not meant to be a slam of the YMCA, but it's important that this be a neutral, open, inclusive community center. And that was the meat of several meetings, and I wanted to make sure that you were aware of that.
Okay.
Thank you. And I did have a discussion with Ken Franklin at the Y, and again, they're very flexible, and it can be Wakulla County Community Center, and then in little letters in partnership with the Y or whatever. So
good. We all at the coalition look forward to working with them.
Okay.
Very good. Jerry?
I would like to know what's the county cost going to be involved in this? Are we going to have a cost?
The RFP called for proposals that were self-sufficient, budget neutral.
I will support that as long as we don't get in fact, I appreciate you wanting to look at the contracts. I would like to make them at some point a motion that we look at all contracts before they're executed, because I want to see the contracts that we enter before we have to vote on them. But on the issue of the Y, as long as it doesn't cost the county any money, or we get in a position where we have to pay for a pool or we have to pay for tennis courts or whatever, I'm for it. But if it starts costing the county any money, I don't want any part of it.
And I appreciate that. That's how we're approaching it at this point. But I also would like to communicate that there are a number of people in the business community who see the Y, or not the Y, who see the community center and facilities that are large enough to host regional events as important to economic development and bringing people into our hotels and at our restaurants and so forth. A number of parents I know Amy Geiger is regularly on the road with her children, baseball games. I'm regularly going to other places in the Panhandle and spending 2 nights at hotels to go compete in swim meets. I mean, to have my son compete in swim meets. So I agree completely about we need to, especially in these budgetary times, not be committing county funds. We already have legislative money appropriated. And then I think we also need to be cognizant that depending on how we plan it, we may actually be bringing business into the county too, so.
Okay. Tim?
Commissioner, if it's helpful, Mr. Franklin is in the audience if you'd like him to
Oh.
comment on a few things. I noticed him come in. Please.
Oh, there you are.
Come on up, sir, and maybe you can talk to the point that Mr. Moore's making.
Thank you. My name is Ken Franklin. I'm President and CEO of Capital Region YMCA. We have 4 branches. Most people know us in Leon County. We have 3 branches there, but also for the last 36 years we've been operating Camp Indian Springs, which is right here in Wakulla. We entered into this RFP for a reason. We were initially here last July when you first started your conversations. We met with staff a number of different times, even looked at the opportunity on how we might help you draft and scale that document so that you could get a full assessed value for what you're trying to accomplish. Our goals are very simple. My board of directors have said that we are going to operate under a business attitude with a charitable heart. And many people have heard me say that around the community, but we mean that 110%. We scholarship more people as a charity than any organization in Leon and Wakulla. Last year we gave away over $220,000 dollars to folks who had no money, or better yet, an inability to pay the normal going rate. Principally, we're about 3 things. We're about kids, we're about family, we're about community. That's what interested us in regard to the community center. We took this on as a principal system in our conversations as basically saying, we're starting with a blank page. You tell us what you want, we'll tell you how we can accomplish that in our cost and fee structures. If we're able to do that and we come to a meeting of the minds and it's a good fit, then we're happy and you're happy. If you're going to ask us to do something that's going to cost us money that we don't have, I'll have to tell you, we can't do that. And likewise, I'd expect the same from you as a county commission. We are here to talk through this process. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions. We already cooperate with a number of local society and organizations in Leon County. We knew going in the beginning that this would be a cooperative venture. This is not a YMCA. This is your community center. Whether we're sanctioned as a commissioner or a commission vendor, or if we're a partner, or however that needs to be played out legally as well as commitment-wise, we're prepared to do that. But this is not a YMCA branch. That's not how we entered this discussion, and that's how I'd leave it with you tonight. I'm open to answer any questions. I'll be here if you need me. I've already interacted with the staff a couple of different times, so we're 110% visual. What you see is very transparent. We don't have any other agenda. If we can serve you, we will. If it doesn't fit, then we won't.
Okay. Any other questions for the gentleman?
I want to thank Commissioner Arts for, well, not having a question for you. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you being willing to work with us.
Good. Thank you.
So thank you for bringing up this issue.
Okay, any more discussion? All for the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, the next item is the planning and zoning.
Okay, item number 6 this evening, Commissioners, is a request for board approval to file an application to close or abandon a portion of Grinders Lane and Grinders Addition subdivision. John Homan is the applicant. This is providing the board with this request, and basically this approves the filing of an application to close and abandon a portion of Grinders Lane and to advertise this road closing application for a public hearing. This is not the actual public hearing this evening. Grinders Lane was actually recorded as part of a plat back in 1926. That's when Grinders Addition was platted. And this is a portion located between Evans Avenue and Liberty Avenue in Grinders Addition. This has not been opened. You can just see the highlighted portion up there on the plat map. It's highlighted in yellow. This is about 45 feet of right-of-way wide and 200 feet long. Technical Review Committee reviewed this item back on April 21st, 2011. There was some discussion about who would obtain ownership of the right-of-way once it was closed, and the county attorney's office did look at that issue. The committee also discussed whether or not there were some encroachments in the right-of-way existing, and whether or not ultimately closing this right-of-way would impact emergency access or neighbors' access to their properties. This evening, the board needs to consider whether or not they're interested in holding the public hearing, accepting the application, and holding the public hearing.
I make a motion we do not approve the filing of application to close, abandon a portion of Griner's Lane.
Second.
I made that motion because we just spent $12,000 buying 2 lots in Wakulla Gardens. They're about the same size piece of property, and I've seen the county give away right away in the past. It could have been used for stormwater control, lift stations. I just don't think we need to be giving away property. That's just my opinion.
I agree that we shouldn't be closing this road for a number of reasons. If you try to look way into the future, this is part of the Crawfordville town. And if you look at this being eventually built out, all of these roads are going to be important, and we don't need to be closing them off. Right now it's not open, but at some point it may need to be open. And I think if these property owners get free land by closing, I think we're going to get more requests to do, and then we've set a precedent that I think is a bad precedent.
I've seen the county give away right-of-way back in Hudson Heights, and later we wish we had not have done that.
And I'll say one more thing. Ed Brimner said that there were 2 things he wished he had done differently when he was county commissioner, and one was that he had not closed so many roads, and 2, that he had built in more turn lanes. So.
Okay, the applicant is John Hoban. Is he here? Mr. Hoban, you didn't put a card in, but I'm going to ask you to come up and if you want to say something in your defense. If you would, sir, just explain to us why you want to close it and help us understand that.
The reason being is the 4 property owners live right there. Basically, it is 4 corners of the road. Goes from Liberty to Evans Avenue, and there is really no reason for that road to ever be opened. And where that road comes through on Evans Avenue, it would basically create a bottleneck. There's about 20 feet from where that road comes through to another stop sign, which is Holman Point Road. And basically all you do have is 4 properties there. And they just request that the road be closed so they can expand their properties. It would increase the county's tax base by enlarging their properties. And as far as drainage ditches and things like that, the way I understand it, there would have to be a permitting change on that because it's designated as a roadway easement in 1926 on the original plat. So I don't see how that property could benefit the county at all.
Randy, what do you say to that?
I say we just did it over there behind Sonic, around the park. Remember that road that we turned into a pond? I may be completely wrong, but I know we just did it. So I don't care if we couldn't use it for a pond. We may use it for a lift station. We may use it for a park. We may use it for whatever. But if we give it away, we'll never get it back.
And then you'll impose on the people that purchased their property with a road that would have probably never been opened, and you're saying you're going to put
I'm not saying I'm doing anything.
Well, I'm just saying what you're saying that this could possibly happen, so therefore you're going to impose on 4 property owners and put A, a lift station in there, or B, a drainage pond.
How can we be imposing something when we already own it?
Because you're going to put it, well, it's a right-of-way, it's an easement. Okay, it's for a road. It's a roadway easement, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And that if you do that, you will lower their property values by doing that if you're saying you can use it for something else beside a road. It's a roadway easement.
Well, I'm just looking at, if you look, that road, you know, it's a grid pattern, except you've got that one diagonal, but you've got these north-south travel ways, and you're talking about blocking one right in the middle. And if you envision this as a city 20, 50 years from now, people may really want to be able to drive through that road.
Well, it would just be a shortcut from a road that's fully built out. Vine, or Holman Point, which is Vine there, is a fully blacktop paved road. All that subdivision was developed at our cost when the county had already had it platted, and it was their roads. We put everything in. Liberty Road is not paved at all, and there would be no reason to even cut through from that subdivision there. It would be twice as long to do it when you just come in off of Raywin. I mean, if you actually went to the site and looked at it, you would see there's 4 properties, 4 corners, and that's it.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion? So the motion is to not approve the closure. All for the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item 7 this evening is an application for final plat. It's FP 11-01, Antler Run. G&A Lloyd LLC and Wayne and Deborah McCullers are the owners, with Edwin Brown and Associates. Wade Brown is the agent. This is an application for final plat. This is to replat lots 11 and 12 of Whitetail Acres subdivision, and this replat would be known as the Antler Run subdivision. This was a subdivision, Whitetail Acres, that was platted probably about a year or so ago. And this is basically changing slightly the lot configuration. The property at issue this evening is about 40.4 acres, and it's located east of the intersection of Blotsam Cutoff and Woodville Highway on Smith and Wesson Loop. This final plat was advertised in the Wakulla News on April 21st, 2011, and the Planning and Community Development Department also posted a sign on the property indicating this evening's public hearings. This is basically a boundary adjustment. You're adjusting the eastern boundary line of Lot 11, and you're adding some acreage from Lot 11 over to Lot 12. And so you're removing the northern part of Lot 11 from the recorded plat. And we're showing it, here's the current lot configuration, and this is the actual plat being heard this evening.
Okay.
For Antler Ridge. It meets the comprehensive plan requirements as well as the zoning requirements. We're recommending option 1, which is approval of the final plat.
Move to conduct the final public hearing and approve the application for final plat FP 11-01 based upon the recommendations of the Planning Commission, the recommendation of the staff, and the findings of fact and conclusions of law made by the board, and any evidence submitted herein in the hearing hereon.
Second.
Motion and a second.
Mr. Chairman, there's a couple procedural issues we need to take care of. First, these are quasi-judicial matters, so if any of the board members have any ex parte communications, if you've been contacted by anyone, received any emails or anything of that sort regarding this specific item, it is incumbent upon you to disclose those at this time.
I have none to disclose.
Mr. Brown, did you talk to me about this one, or was it something else? No, I'm fine.
I've talked to no one.
I've talked to no one.
Nope.
Okay, and before we open the public hearing, if there's anyone who's going to testify on this matter, please stand up and raise your hand to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, Wade, you have a card. Do you need to speak? Any questions for Mr. Brown? Okay, hearing none. Is there any more discussion? All for the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, item number 8 this evening, Commissioners, is final plat FP 11-02, Grant's Estate. Michael C. and Anna Grant and Michael L. Grant are the owners. This is a replat of Lot 6 of the Newport Land subdivision to be known as Grant's Estate. The board heard the initial plat of Newport Land subdivision probably about a year and a half or 2 years ago. The subject property contains 125 acres, and it's located on the north side of Coastal Highway US 98, and this is west of Bloxham Cutoff. This item is a replat. Again, it will take that 125 acres and split it into 3 lots. One lot will have 85 acres, while there will be 2 smaller lots of 20 acres in size. This split does meet the Land Development Code as well as the Comprehensive Plan requirements. I would note that we did advertise this public hearing this evening in the Wakulla News on April 21st, 2011, and the Planning and Community Development Department also posted a sign on the property. Staff is recommending option 1, which is...
Move to conduct the final public hearing and approve the application for final plat FP 11-02 based upon the recommendations of the Planning Commission, the recommendation of staff, the finding of fact, and the conclusions of law made by the board and any evidence submitted at the hearing hereon.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve. No citizens to be heard. Any discussion by the board?
And if you have any ex parte communications, again,
None?
None.
Okay. Okay. Any more discussion? Call for the motion.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 9, the final planning and zoning item this evening, is an application for final plat FP 11-03 to be known as Plantation Glen Subdivision. There are a number of owners in the property, the Riddells, the Clarks, the Lynns, the Wineys, with Thurman Roddenberry Associates as the agent. This is a parcel located within Hunter's Glen Plantation, currently looking to split this into 5 lots as shown on the overhead. Currently, the subject property contains 1 single-family dwelling with some accessory structures. The overall property is 108 acres. Planning Commission heard this item back on May 9th, 2011. This parcel has ag zoning as well as agriculture future land use designation, and the proposed plat this evening does meet the size requirements of both the Comprehensive Plan and the Land Development Code. I would note that this item, it's important to note that Lot 24 was divided by deed and taxed as 5 separate lots since 1997. It received by a subdivision determination letter, an SDL, in 2005, where Wakulla County acknowledged division of Lot 24 into 5 parcels. That division was actually contrary to Florida statutes, Chapter 177, and the Wakulla County Code. This property was part of a platted subdivision. In order to divide a lot within a platted subdivision, you need to come back through the public hearing process in a replat, which is what you are hearing this evening. There has been a homeowners association formed for the 5 lots, and it should be noted that folks did come in to try to pull a building permit, and that's how this issue came to light. We were not able to issue a building permit.
Move to conduct the second of 2 public hearings and vote to approve the application for final plat FP 11-03 based upon the recommendations of the Planning Commission and the findings of facts and conclusions of law made by the board and any evidence submitted at the hearing hereon, and to return the application fees as this was forced to be paid as an error of Wakulla County.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
For discussion.
How much were the fees?
$1,115.
They already paid them?
Yes.
But this is through no
fault of theirs.
But-
I'm in support of giving it back to them because I think it was a screw up on our part, county.
Yeah, but there are many of these out there.
I agree, but if we messed it up, then we owe the people their money back. And
No, I think if they want it back, they should sue, and then our insurance will pay for it.
I disagree with that.
I'm going to do the right thing. So, Heather, you have a comment about it?
no, I was just going to say, if anyone has any ex parte communications, we need to disclose those before the vote.
Okay. I did talk to the owner in length about the process he went through, Mr. Lyndall Clark.
I think I talked to Wade about this. So I talked to somebody. Maybe it was Thurman. Sorry, Wade.
Okay, Lynn.
I I have a question for Lindsay. I had asked about how the far back, the westernmost lots would exit. Do they have an exit to the north? Is that?
Yes, the access easement is up on the northern portion and runs along that northern boundary line.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more discussion? All for the motion?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Okay, the next item of business is general business, and we've moved 22 and 23 up to the front, so Tim, if you'll take us off with 22, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number 22 on your agenda is a request board consideration and direction on budgetary reductions for the fiscal year 2011, as well as fiscal year 2011 and 12. Commissioners, this is an item, as you recall, back in March, I brought you an item requesting some reductions across the board. In an effort to build up our fund balance for the end of the fiscal year, we needed to make some reductions in our general fund. With that item, we brought you a budgetary number that we thought we needed to reach, which was about $500,000 or 2.5% reduction across the board to all general fund supported programs. At this time, the board has made its reductions. It has made its 2.5% reductions. I know the clerk's office has reduced their budget. We've gone ahead and reduced further. But the bottom line is, we only control 36% of the budget. We only control, as a county administrator in your office directly, 36% of the general fund budget. And I haven't got a commitment from the other constitutionals as to whether they're going to reduce at the 2.5% reduction, except for the clerk, like I've stated. So that brings us here today. We still need to make the reductions. If I don't have that participation, then, as I stated back in March, we're going to have some serious reductions in programs and staff that are going to be quite painful. And I think that this agenda item outlines those for you clearly for your consideration. And if you'd like, I'll walk through it with you. First of all, I know Commissioner Brock had asked the positions that have been reduced over the last few years. And I think I've listed the 18 positions that this government is downsized by. I acknowledge some of them are grant funded, but they're still, you've downsized the size of this government with the actions that you've taken in the past. Reduced overhead, reduced administration time on any of these programs. So I'm going to include those grant positions because I think they're important. So that starts off your agenda item. As I stated before, the number we were trying to reach is $500,000. We did a 2.5% reduction across the board. We also implemented 5 furlough days for the board staff, which we've already gone through 2 of them. We've got 3 more coming up. But from where we're standing, we're not going to make it. And that's why, like I said, we needed to bring this to you and ask for further reductions in order to reach that goal. So what we've done is we broke down the agenda item into 2 sections of analysis. One is intermediate budget cuts, severe but not overly drastic, and then we moved into the budgetary cuts that include whole departments and such. So I'm just going to go through them briefly. The first one is additional furlough days. We're recommending another 17 furlough days for board staff. That's $133,000 savings. It's also a 20% reduction in board staff salaries, on top of the 3% that they'll get when the FRS kicks in on July 1st. So we're looking at 23% reduction in the last quarter of your board staff salaries. We had talked about staggering this so the board days are open 5 days a week, but in hindsight it might be better just to close the office that one day, and we would save on the energy and cooling and heating costs having the building closed down for 3 days in a row. discussion I had with Commissioner Arts, and I think that's probably a better idea. Elimination of part-time positions with benefits. We have a number of positions that are part-time, but they receive full benefits. We talked about eliminating the benefits and just making them OPS positions. Strategic layoffs within board departments and divisions. I've outlined a number of FTEs, OPS and full-time, that we would look to lay off for the remainder of fiscal year, if not for FY 11-12 as well. Restructuring the EMS, I can say that we've already started that process. Part of the additional reductions we were able to make on top of what we said we were going to make was eliminating a significant amount of overtime and flex time from the EMS department. We were able to move $100,000 out of that budget into your reserve this year. On top of that, I might as well add on that we were also able to decrease your workers' comp budget and move that into your reserve. So you're looking at $158,000 that we were able to move in benefits and into your reserve to further shore up your fund balance. I met with our Public Works Director. We're going to further reduce his contract by $200,000. We're also going to be taking 2 motor graders off and using our buyback option. Being that the road department was one of your funds that was significant deficit last year, this money will go back into the road department to help support that operation. But that means there's going to be 2 less graders on the road. The schedule is going to be fluctuating. Just all these other things that I outlined in here: a decrease in roadside mowing, hours at the transfer station, reduction in cleaning and maintenance of curbs, culverts, and actually the acceptance of additional roads should be problematic in the future if we're looking to cut costs and maintaining. Some of the smaller things we're looking to do, but we'll save some money, freeze office supplies till the end of the fiscal year. Anything not necessary, have it all funneled through the OMB office to determine whether it's absolutely necessary. If not, we hold off until the next fiscal year. Elimination of smartphones and non-essential cell phones. I think we have 18 non-essential phones that we could eliminate while minor in savings. Annually, it's pretty significant. Eliminate overtime in our current facilities maintenance staff. Currently, right now, we pay them overtime for a couple hours Saturday and Sunday to go to the parks, Mashie Sand, Shell Point, to clean out the garbage and maintain the restrooms. We're looking at eliminating that either by not having those parks serviced on the weekends or adjusting their schedules to work those weekends and flexing them out or comping them out during the week, so they're not working 7 days a week. The airport at Tarpine. It's not a huge budget, but we do have to maintain it. We do have to insure it. Those are costs that we could eliminate if we can. There's a reverter clause that we can revert it back to the homeowners association. It's just an option. I know it's been talked before. It's something, if we want to reduce the budget, it's probably about $6,000 annually that we'll save in doing that. And lastly, to delay the county administrator hire. I know we've talked about that in the past. It's probably about $50,000 in savings, but it all goes into the kitty and it'll help reduce, or increase our fund balance. The major budget reduction items are a little bit more painful. And I had a staff meeting on Friday with all your staff, and I laid out this agenda item for them. So I don't think they'll become to any surprise to any of them that some of these are on the table. But when you get into your major reductions, we're looking at reducing the hours at the library down to 3 days a week. Elimination of code enforcement. Planning and zoning. Reducing another position in planning and zoning. Reducing another position in the Parks and Rec Department. Animal control, eliminating animal control division. Veteran services, eliminating veteran services. We basically, commissioners, looked at departments that you're not statutorily required to provide services for. Obviously, your EMS, fire, all those you're required to have. But as I stated at the beginning of the item, it's hard when you only own 3% or 36% of the budget to come up with all the 100% of the cuts, minus out cooperation that we've received. The last thing on the item is establishment of a line of credit. Since we run in a low fund balance in the last few years, it's not uncommon for governments to have a line of credit to make sure that expenses are paid at the beginning of the fiscal year when there is no revenue coming in, until your tax boost at the end of November, early December. What we're recommending is opening a line of credit. It won't be used to fund operations. We're not borrowing money to pay for operations. It's a security blanket, so if for the lean months of October and November, when we don't have the tax revenue to live off of, we have an available pool of cash that we can go to and the clerk's office can go to pay the bills and be replenished when our taxes come in. So I don't want you to think that this is borrowing money or taking out a loan to fund operations. The only cost that would be incurred by this is a minimal interest amount for the amount that you take out, and you might not even have to use it at all. But it's a security blanket. It's something that I think the clerk's office I would like to see have, so we're not cash strapped and we're not concerned about making our payroll or paying our bills. And that's kind of it in a nutshell. I don't know where else to take it. I don't have any words of wisdom that could alleviate any of this. I just, it's been a very painful process, I can tell you that. A lot of hard decisions. And I know that's not any easier for you to have to make any decisions either, but my recommendation is that we implement either some or all of these if we want to truly stop the bleeding and get our budget in line where it needs to be. So that's the item before you, commissioners, and here to answer any questions.
How does the sheriff's donation figure into this?
Sheriff's donation?
He's going to give some of his money from...
I haven't heard that, so...
He's discussing the other item, the jail bed revenue, and the $750,000 that we're using to fill the short.
That's for a different budget year.
That's a different issue, Commissioner. That's separate item from this year. That's last year.
Let's make the assumption that he were to give money this year.
Okay.
How would that affect this?
It would require less of these reductions. Like I said,
hold on. We're mixing apples and oranges, so let's make sure we understand what we're talking about. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jerry. I want to try to get us on track here. The jail bed, I think you're talking about the rainy day fund. Okay. That's a separate issue, still contained in this year's budget, but I think we need to talk about that separately. If he doesn't give it to us, it's not his to give to us, first of all. It's us to vote to take it. He's on board with us to do that. We've spoke with him, and he's in agreement that we need to do it, and we're going to talk about that separately. Let me say this, and we need to, I wish you to talk this out first, and I want to make sure the public understands. The issue, folks, is that we're in a difficult crisis with the budget because the auditor has said to us that if we don't change some things, then we'll be found in a financial crisis, and that's not a good thing. I remember us being there when I started a long time ago, and now we're back here again because of a number of things. I'm not going to blame it on anything. I'm going to blame it on myself as part of the problem, and I'll take that blame for where it lies. The bigger issue, though, is that we have to find $500,000 in this year's budget we're in right now, between now and September. Unfortunately, we're in the last quarter trying to do it, and that frustrates me because we should have been doing this last quarter and trying to do it over 2 quarters rather than in the last quarter of the fiscal year, but it doesn't matter. We're here. And what Mr. Barden is proposing to us is purely the cuts for that $500,000. The money that we need to take under another item that we're going to vote on from the sheriff's jail bed revenue is to shore up further this crisis that the auditor has found us in. Now, I can tell you, I have spent quite a bit of time with the clerk's office trying to understand all this, and it's very complicated. And it's quite honestly, folks, it's too hard to explain here tonight. It would take an hour or 2 hours to try to explain all of it. I want us to try to have a workshop where the clerk's office can come in, and I think all the board needs to get educated. And you may already understand it. I'm not saying you don't, but I think that we owe it to the public so that they understand it, how all this works, and how we went from a $3.5 million reserve to a $283,000 reserve. And we need to be able to explain that. And it's very complicated. I know I'm gonna hear it's just a matter of writing out your checkbook, but the board consciously voted in the last 2 years to balance the budget with that reserve, which actually is about $1.5 million of that money. So you say, well, where's the other $1.5 million, $1.6 million? And that's where it gets very complicated, because some of the money went from earmark money, or I'm looking for the right word here, and restricted money to from unrestricted funds to restricted funds. That was part of it. It was about $500,000 of that. The other $1 million is where I got a big question mark, and I'm trying my best to get to the bottom of it. And I don't understand, quite honestly. I think I understand most of it, because some of it, and I'm not going to pick on the attorney, but one of the things is we had some exorbitant attorney fees, which we had to pay. Quite honestly, they were way over budget. There were other departments that were over budget that came under us, and I'm frustrated that we didn't know that, and that irritates me. But it doesn't matter. The buck stops here, and we got to fix it. So in the end, just understand, commissioners, that we're all in this boat together, and the bottom line is that we have to make some tough decisions how to repair it.
I'll go ahead and get the ball rolling. I hate this. Well, I'll make a motion we adopt the immediate budget reductions. And I talked to Mr. Barden about this. If he can get commitments from the other constitutionals, I'd like to avoid layoffs if we can, number one, if possible. I talked to Brent and Greg at length. Alan, I know you don't like this, but we got to do something. We can't just sit here and talk.
We can talk for a little before we make motions.
Well, I made a motion.
Okay, your motion is to adopt all the immediate reductions, and that includes layoffs. I'd rather we can get a motion on the floor, and then we can, because I'm not for laying off people right now. I don't think we need to.
But if we don't have a choice, somebody's got to make a choice.
I know, and we need to talk it out, so we all understand it. But I guess, Jerry, what I'm asking you is let's don't confuse that issue with this immediate one we're trying to resolve right now, because it is a separate issue, and we need to talk about that separately. So if you'll just bear with me, and let's get through this $500,000 that we need to cut. So we have a motion to do all the immediate reductions, which includes the strategic layoffs. If somebody will make a motion to second it for discussion, maybe we can
I'll second
work
for
through
discussion.
it. Okay.
And if there was any other way possible.
Well, I think there is.
Okay, well, I'd like to hear it.
And I don't want to steal the floor here, but I've just spent some time on this, and I'm trying to get all this out while it's on my mind. I agree that we ought to do number one, and that's the additional furlough days. I think we have to do that. And I think that goes without saying, because I'd rather ask our folks to have to take a furlough day and have a job than to tell them they don't have a job at all. Now, with that said, number two, the elimination of part-time positions with benefits. I'm not for that. I don't think it doesn't net us enough to do it, because I think those people are hard-working people who, while they may get, some people call them double dippers. The bottom line is that they work a full-time job somewhere else and get benefits, and then they go to work in a second job working for us in critical places that I think that we need to take care of them. And while that, you can call it what you want, that's my opinion. Now, y'all can shoot that down in a second. Let me keep going. Number 3, I don't want to do now, because I think it's, you know, we're in this crisis. I'm not going to tell people to go home without a job because we screwed it up. That's the bottom line. Now, with that said, next fiscal year is going to be the same situation. We're going to have to cut another $500,000 next fiscal year. If we do all these cuts as proposed here in item number 3, it nets $429,000. I say don't lay anybody off now, but advertise these positions to be cut now, so that, and tell those people specifically who they are, not in here, but let our county administrator do that. Notice them so that they have 4 months to know that they're going to lose their job until October 1. Now, with that said, I'm going to tell you that I'm not for cutting the library. I'm not going to do that. I won't vote to do that. To me, that's the one crown jewel we have in the county, and they don't have enough people to work with now. And the other note in my mind is the last one, which is the Parks and Rec. We have not allowed them to fill that one full-time employment position, that one FTE you see there, and the one part-time PTE that we did last year. You know, we all agreed that, well, the board that was sitting in all agreed that needed to be done. So those are the two I'd say no to. The rest of them, I think we need to notice those folks. Let me just get on through. Number 4, we've already done. That's already done. Number 5 is already done. Number 6 I agree with. Number 7 I agree with. Number 8, eliminate overtime. I don't want us to do that because I know these two gentlemen who do this. They work their behinds off, and if we do this, we're going to have a lot of mad folks with us out here at the parks on the weekends where trash is overrunning. They take care of that. Number 9 I think is a good idea, and number 10 I think we've already agreed to in a past meeting. That's my opinion, and I'll listen to everybody else now. And
Give me those one more time, briefly.
okay, number 1 I agree with. I don't think we should close the whole day. I think we should keep the office open with a, you know, lay some people off on Friday, some people off on Monday. I don't think you're not going to save enough money. I want citizens, if they come on Friday, to be able to get service. I don't think that's a big deal. Number 2, no. I'm going to say no to. Number 3, I'll say yes to, but only starting October 1, and let those people know who they are, but not to the second one, which is the FTE and 1 PTE at the library, and no to the last one, the FTE and the PTE to Parks and Recreation. The others, absolutely. Number 4, we've already done. 5, we've already done. 6, yes. 7, yes. 8, no. 9, yes. And 10, yes. That's my opinion. And Randy,
I'll tell you my reason. I sat down with Brent and Greg. They had a long heart-to-heart. I said, if I stand up there and make a motion for this, I've got to look people in the face and say, we got to reduce your job, or we're not going to make it. And don't make me a liar. And Brent assured me that's the case. Now, if there was...
Wait, let's discuss that a minute, because if you add up the amounts that I just said, comes out to about $80,000 short of that $500,000. $80,000. So I'm saying to you that, like Mr. Barden said, we're 40% of the budget. We shouldn't do 100% of the cuts.
Well, if you'll note, the way I worded my motion was, is if the constitutionals committed to that, Tim won't have to do this. That's what my motion said. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
If we can get commitment from the other constitutional officers that they are going to do that 2.5%, then we won't have to fire anybody. That's what it boils down to.
Okay.
And that's the way I carefully worded my motion.
Okay. And I'm fine with that. I'm just telling you.
But you can't just run off the cliff with our flag flying and not address this issue, too. If we get a financial crisis audit, or if we run out of money, what happens when Greg goes to pay somebody and we don't have any money? I agree. I am personal friends with some of these people we're talking about right now. I know them. So nothing pains me more, and I'm hoping something can change that. Now, if we can make it through October and not do these till October, but I'm talking to the clerk's office, we need to...
And I'm saying to you that we can. I'm saying that I think we can, because we're going to come to this other item that Mr. Moore is talking about, and that's going to shore up the rest of the...
If that's the case, if we can take reserve from another fund and shore up and not have people have to lose their job, that's fine. Okay. I think we should still give Mr. Barton the flexibility. If he sees a way, though, he can...
Okay. That's fine. I understand.
Like I say, I know these people, so I don't want to fire them.
Well, we know all these people, and we're talking about giving all of our staff a 20% reduction for the next 4 months in their salary, which isn't going to be easy for people to handle. So we're talking about laying off a good chunk of people, and then the people who are left reducing their salary by 20%. This has been a frustrating item. I had a long conversation with Tim over the weekend. I've talked with the clerk's office recently. I spoke with the sheriff's department again today. Not spoken with Cheryl. I apologize. I should have. And I'm going to ask questions, and you may have to come up and answer them. If the constitutionals were to give 2.5%, if the constitutionals did the 2.5% reduction that we have requested, which most have agreed to do, all have agreed to do. What we did at the meeting where we had the conversation, we said this is what we're going to do to fix the problem. We told them they could give the money back to us at the end of the fiscal year. The clerk's office has said no, that isn't going to work. We are trying to build up our savings now, not at the end of the year. Once everybody's balanced their books and written the checks and they write the check back to us in December. That's too late. We need the money sooner than that. So what we need to do now is try and ask the constitutionals if they can absorb that deduction in their draw now. And I don't know if everybody can. I spoke to the sheriff's office today, and he's indicated willingness to give back at the end of the year, but does not think he can do the cut right now. And he is the other large fish here, which is why we're having to look at cuts. And that's frustrating, but I understand that these are the way things work. We as a county commission cannot force the sheriff, because of state law, to reduce his budget by 2.5% mid-year. We're not allowed to reduce the sheriff's budget until the next fiscal year. So we ask, and I discussed with him, and they have committed to give the money back, but because of the way their budget works, they can't, and they may come up and talk more about this also. Towards that goal, the clerk's office is already, because they're the ones who handle this, have made their 2.5% reduction. I've heard indicated, and I hope to hear from others who are here, that may be, the other constitutionals may be able to do that now. I've heard that property appraiser, and I don't see Donnie here, but I heard from staff that he's indicated he's going to indicate now, and I have not spoken to Cheryl, but she's here and she may be able to come up and tell us her thoughts or not. And that will get us a ways there, still, not all the way there. After the cuts we've already made, because these are cuts in addition to cuts that we've already made, what I want to know is what is the figure that we're actually trying to reach. Because after the cuts we've made and the cuts the clerk's made, it's not a full $500,000 anymore we're trying to reach, because that's the end goal. And I need a number that we're reaching to, because every one of these cuts is painful and every one of these cuts hurts. I agree with Commissioner or Chairman Stewart. I think that we can wait until the end of this fiscal year to lay people off, if we're going to have to lay people off, but give them time to prepare themselves. Because it's not that these people have done a bad job, and it's not that our county has budgeted their finances wrong this year. It's that the auditor said we don't have enough in savings, and the auditor says you need more money in your savings account, and we've been cutting it too close. We've been spending every dollar we've been bringing in, and the auditor is worried that if we have to spend $1.10, there's not 10 cents there. So we need to get that savings up so we have that 10 cents, and that's what we're trying to figure out how to do, and making those cuts so we can get that money. On the list of things that Commissioner Stewart went over, I'm optimistic that if we have to do more furloughs, that it's not as severe as that, because I'm hoping that with everybody participating, we won't have to have such sharp cuts from our office. If we have to cut staff, I agree with Chairman Stewart on I don't want to see us cut the library. I don't want to see us, I think we should be looking at Parks and Rec. If that full-time position is not full right now, we might discuss it differently other than the part-time position, but I don't want to see us have to cut it if we don't have to. And I'm going to include extension in there, because again, as they discussed last year, our extension office cut to get down to those 2 part-time OPS positions, and our extension office needs that support. And our extension office does a lot for Wakulla County, and they help a lot of people with financial planning, growing tips, helping people who are in need fend for themselves and try and get themselves out of need, which are the kind of things we need in our community right now. We've already done the EMS division. Those are in my notes. Public Works reductions, I don't know if we've already approved all of those as a board or if we need to approve all of those as a board, but I support these. That's also going to be a reduction of staff there, but that's where the shortfall is coming. Part of our shortfall for this coming year is from our roads and from our solid waste. Had we passed the solid waste fee last year that we'll be passing later this year, some of this problem we're having would not be having. Had we had the foresight to pass the solid waste fee last year, this problem would not be having. We would not be having part of the problem. Still part of it. We still need a shortfall on our roads, but this year's budget, we're falling short again in solid waste because we are not collecting enough money at our landfill to balance the cost. Our landfill still operates on cost as if we're throwing trash away in Wakulla County, and we don't. We collect our trash and we transfer it somewhere else. Those costs are burdensome, and we have not increased our costs to pass on to the citizens. Some of the trash collectors have. So just something to think about as you're doing this. A solid waste fee would have avoided that. Office supplies, smartphones. I agree with Commissioner Stewart. We should not cut overtime for the staff, or if we do, figure out a good flex way. We don't pay those people very much money, and I don't want to see our parks and our beaches covered in trash on the weekend, because again, we're trying to get people down here over the summer so that they're spending money in Wakulla County, and it's hard enough to get people to choose our beaches if they're not covered in trash. The airport, have that conversation. We've reduced the cost there to almost nothing. And I've argued this argument back and forth. I have mixed emotions about it. I agree that it's an asset for Wakulla County to have the airport, and all we're basically doing right now is paying to mow it and a little bit of insurance. It's $6,000 annually. I also think, and this is where people get mad at me, not very many people use the airport because not that many people own planes. So, something to think about. If we can keep it and we don't have to cut it, I'd like to see us keep it in the county as a county property, because it is an asset that someday we might be able to use to draw more tourists. And I'll be glad to discuss further after this. And then all of the major budgetary reductions, I don't think we need to discuss at this time.
Those are all great points, Alan, and I agree with you 100%. But this man can only act on what he's got in his hand. We've got to get this dog mess straightened out. I mean, I don't want... From day one, I said I didn't want to fire anybody, get rid of anybody. These are the options we're given. We got to make a decision. If the Constitution will step up and give a commitment to it, then maybe we won't have to get rid of anybody. But we've got to make a decision. Okay? And if we make the decision I've moved that gives him the flexibility, then maybe not have to do something. Okay.
We're going to go forward. We're going to maybe solve this problem, but we're going to go forward next year with the same problem unless we make some cuts. You don't think we're going to go forward? How did we come about spending all this money if we're spending too much money?
And that's what I just said, Jerry. I agree. And in the year coming, though, that's when I say these positions need to go for the coming year, not this year we're in now. I think we can find this money without doing it this year.
Well, I think we're cutting the Indians and we're not cutting the chiefs. I think that that wasn't for the audience, I can assure you. But basically speaking, the citizens tell me that we're top heavy. We've had lawsuits that we've lost. We had a lack of leadership at the county commission in the last 2 years. I was not in that boat, and I'm not throwing rocks at the commission here. But we had a lack of leadership on the previous chairman who directed this company. We're here because of what we didn't do earlier. We've had lawsuits that we paid a huge amount. Nobody brought this forward, but we have paid a huge amount of money out to lawsuits. For whatever reason, but we have got to. What would be really neat is to have a reorganization of county government with somebody who just didn't have relationships with any of the people here. If this were a business and it were in this kind of condition, you would find somebody who would had the talent to do a reorganization. They do it all the time. We're going to try to hire a new administrator. If we're in this position because the previous administrator, and he was a nice person, so don't get me wrong, for whatever reason, we're here because of the expense that he built. We've just got a county government that's too heavy in expenses, and we've got to take those expenses down. It's frustrating to try to clean this mess up and not go forward. Just so I talked to Mr. Gwynn a while ago and told him not to put me in the same mixture when we're talking about tax increases and so forth. He can say whatever he wants to, but I am not going to ever vote for a change in the ad valorem tax. I'm not going to increase that for whatever reason, whether we have reserve. It might be good if the state took this county over. Somebody would come in who had no relationships and basically clean house. And he would clean house from the top to the bottom. We all have our special projects and so forth. My daughter is a vet, so I don't want anything to happen to the animal control. I think they have an expense, but they bring in, they bring in a lot of money back to that. I've heard people talk about the bad dogs, the number of dogs, and so forth. So, whatever. I hope the constitutional people will kick in on this. But even if they do, and even if we get by this crisis, we have just sort of temporarily passed it over. We've just basically got to cut down the size of government. And when we're asking, so the people understand, whatever we ask you to cut, I'm taking that same cut. I'm not going to ask you to, I'm just going to do it. So, cell phones, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry we're here. I'm just frustrated at why we're here and why we don't, we had the opportunity to hire an administrator who was a business person who wouldn't, I feel, make these cuts. And we just didn't.
Okay, but now the buck is here, and we got to make the cuts. You can blame whoever you want. Now the buck's landed here, and we got to make the cuts. Lynn?
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with all of that history about how we got here, but and it may be interesting to have more of an analysis about the situation because. I know for sure some of the things that were just said were not true. Anyway, I would like to start off, Tim.
Please, no comments from the audience. Let us get through this, folks. I know y'all here, but you're here to listen, and you'll have a time to speak in a moment. Let us wrestle through this, understand our position, and we're trying to work through it, please.
Well, I'll tell, since somebody questioned what was true. For example, there are numerous reasons for why we're in this situation. We've had declining revenues, and not all of the constitutional officers have reduced their revenues equally. With us. Many of them have made less reductions than we have. Also, there was about $1 million shortfall, I think, over a couple years in the jail bed revenues that we had based budgets on that then turned out not to be in the budget. And that, for whatever reason, communication or whatever led to it, we built a budget on money that didn't come in. And so it's not, I think, to say it's because we didn't, it wasn't that we were spending things frivolously. Also, comments were made about our previous chairman who voted against both of the last two budgets. So you can say he didn't lead well, but he didn't approve either of the two budgets, and I voted against last year's budget also. I thought we needed more cuts, so I voted for the solid waste assessment, that we would have $1.5 million we don't have if we had voted for that. So there's a whole lot of factors, as Chairman Stewart said. It's a very complicated situation. There are a lot of contributing factors, and you know, it truly is, if we're going to be successful, it truly has to be all the constitutional officers and this board working together. And I want to thank the clerk for committing to the 2.5% reduction that we've committed to, and it, you know, the other constitutional officers, I hope, when you see what we're doing, you know, to pick up slack, basically, we need your help. However you can find ways to cut, please cut, because we are looking at massive layoffs, major salary reductions, you know, and we're only, as our administrator says, a third of the budget, you know, and it's we shouldn't be subsidizing the other offices. We can't fix this alone without the whole county suffering in a major way by cutting programs and services. To go through the items that, as the others have done, you know, the additional furlough days, cutting salaries by 23% is brutal. Most of our people don't make that much to begin with. You know, if we do have to do some additional furlough days, I guess I disagree with Commissioner Stewart. While it's laudable to want to try and keep our offices open 5 days a week, I think it's harder on staff when there are fewer of them and they're having to do everything. I would rather see us have 3 days with no lights, no computers, no air conditioning, and have 4 days where the staff is there and they can communicate and be more effective together those 4 days. So the elimination of part-time positions with benefits, I guess, you know, if some of the employees, I'm not sure why we have part-time positions that are getting benefits, but I would like, if we end up eliminating the benefits, I would like us to explore an option where those people could buy in. I agree with the strategic layoffs. I agree for next year, let's plan on not doing any of those now if we can, but put it off, give people notice so they can look for jobs now. It's so hard. All of these positions are important. I have great sympathy for the library. I think that's such a vital county service, and they're very efficient and understaffed. Those would be two of the last. I also agree with the extension. The park and rec, that's one position that's not filled, and then somebody we saved last year to collect money, so I'm not sure. Maybe that one should be reconsidered as well. I commend our interim administrator. Somebody pointed out to me interim is really supposed to be kind of just keeping the operations going, and he's having to do major cuts or propose those, and I think he's doing an excellent job, and he did make efforts. He tried to do the early retirement option earlier. We just only had one employee take it, which was unfortunate. I thank Public Works for taking all the ways they're going to reduce. The office supplies, smartphones, that doesn't save much, but we seem to be looking at pretty much everything. The overtime, I agree completely that our parks and our beaches need attention on weekends, but rather than continuing to pay overtime, I really would encourage the administrator to try and look at different work schedules so that they aren't working during the week and have weekends as one of their days. And I agree. I'm mixed on the airport. I think if we need the $6,000, we need the $6,000. I agree with delaying the hiring of the administrator, and then I think we need to look at some additional things. These are just some of the things I've thrown out. I think we need to look at subletting the annex. We've sublet 2/3 of it. We have 1/3 of it that we're still paying rent on. And if we can move that person or those people into our main complex and try and sublet that if possible, that would save us some money. It's like $500 a month. I've been trying to I don't know where we are on trying to thin some pines and some timber sales. It may not be much, 5,000-10,000, but I think we should accelerate that. We need to try and increase our collections, EMS, code enforcement especially. We need to be collecting more there. I don't know, I also had included the waste haulers that owe us $65,000, but that doesn't seem to be that we would have much chance of collecting there. I understand we're looking at seeing some options coming forward for health insurance for next year, which will help. I'm still, I think we need to be aggressive on utilities, tracking by buildings, departments, including every volunteer fire station and EMS stations and so forth. It should be, I'm sorry, it is hot, I realize that. But when you're cutting people's salary as opposed to having buildings be hotter, it just seems to me that we can push the thermostats up, Anyway, and then looking at boat ramp fees, I don't know how we're doing on some of those collections. I just think besides looking at these things, we need to try and look at some ways to bring in some of those additional revenues.
Okay. All right, we've heard, we'll make another round here. I want to let the citizens speak if that's okay with everybody, and then we'll hash this out. Cheryl Ola? Remember, you got 3 minutes, folks.
I'm Cheryl Ola, your tax collector, and I'm going to be the defensive one. Everybody's scared of me when I get up because I'm so angry about things. But I keep hearing the constitutional officers. I can't speak for the others. I can't speak for the ones that are here. But I'm ready, and I thought I gave a commitment, or when we had our little budget things, we were asked. We didn't ask to write our name out and say, yes, we'd do it, but I think that we all agreed that we would give, and I'm ready. If you want a check, you come by my office tomorrow, and I'll give you a check for the cut for the rest of the year. If you need more than that 2.5, I'll give you more than that. I took on driver's license, and I'm making money off of that when I was told not to do it. I won't name names, but it's doing good. I can't understand us as a county going backwards in anything if we can keep it. I want driver's license. I'm not going to Tallahassee. My office, maybe we need to have some workshops. I can't believe I'm saying that. But, if we can give each other ideas. My employees clean my office. They've got a sheet and they sign up. You either going to clean that bathroom or you don't use it. Come on. I don't charge mileage. I know some of you can't do that. I get paid a salary. Why should I be asking for my miles on my car if I'm driving my car during the time I'm getting paid? Come on, there's a way to save. I don't have a telephone. It's my phone. I write a check for it every month. And believe me, it's high. I'm going to find me a cheaper plan. I cross-train everybody in my office. I didn't hire everybody. I've got 4 people. There were only 2 people on driver's license. I've got 4 right now, almost 5. She'll soon be ready. We need to keep our services, but I'm going to do my part. If you want me to sign a piece of paper right now, please don't link me in with the constitutionals. I'm Cheryl Ola. I'm your tax collector, and I'm going to do my part.
Okay. hopefully we can get everybody else to say the same thing, Cheryl. Hugh Taylor? Is Hugh Taylor here?
Thank you, Commissioners. I want to try to clear something up. For some time, you've been told that you were spending oddly, sporting bloat, taking from your reserves, basically eating your seed corn. Time after time, it was just overlooked. I have a tape that I'd like to play. I'm told there's some problems getting PowerPoint, so I just have this tape that I would like to have everyone hear.
Where we are, but again, we're not broke. I want to make sure that's understood. We're not broke. In no way. I mean, that's a bad word to use, because we're not broke. If we have no money, how could we not be broke? Jerry, I don't know where you keep getting that. Tell me where we don't have any money. He says we have no reserve. Right, we don't have any reserve. That's where we have the money. You're talking like we're just writing these bad checks. No. Yes, you did. You said we're broke. We're not broke. We have adequate revenue to cover the expenses that we've pledged. There's a difference. I mean, when you make that, that comment, because when you make that comment that we're broke, it makes it sound like the sky is falling, and we're not broke.
If the sky is not falling, this room would be empty. All the time you were being told that the ship had hit an iceberg, that the ship was slowly sinking. The commissions, individual commissioners were saying, what iceberg? I don't see an iceberg. Now here you go. It's a crisis. Man, the lifeboats. Thank you.
Hey, Charles Hickman? Please, guys, we're not here to applaud people for what they say. Just have your say and we'll move on. Please.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Charles Hickman. I reside at 528 Hickory Wood Drive. And this last week has been an enlightening one, to say the least. I got started on looking at something because of an article in the paper. And it was about Mr. McDermott. And I have nothing against him. I like the man personally. We have had some good conversations, but something just wasn't clicking in my mind. He turned in a resignation. There wasn't a resignation, and that's like being a little bit pregnant. You're either out or you're in. And I see on item number 4 that reclassification of the public safety director to EMS supervisor. And I said, okay, what is the pay for an EMS supervisor? So where would one go? I went to the employee manual and I pulled their pay schedule. This, gentlemen, ladies, is an abomination. This doesn't have, for example, there is no director of special projects, yet we've got one. There's no OMB analyst, yet we've got one. No public safety director, no EMS supervisor. This entire schedule is so out of date. It was last approved by Wakulla County BoCC 10/1/07. Think about that. You have gone since 07 without looking at this. You are the leaders in this county, and you haven't bothered to look at your own pay schedule. I don't know how people are getting put into positions when they don't exist. And I don't know how Tim is able to make a budget when he doesn't have a pay schedule. somebody needs to clean this mess up. Mr. Moore, I think I'm only going to say a couple things. That Mr. Moore, I think you need to check the records on your comment earlier about the leadership last year. And Mr. Brock, I explicitly remember you making a statement that we can dip into our reserves and draw those reserves down. We don't need those reserves. That's what's brought us to this point. We've got some problems and we need to solve them.
Okay. Victor Lambeau.
Vic Lambeau. I'm confused. I heard the program, the recording, where the chairman says we are not broke. I don't understand in 2 months previous how we could not be broke and not realize it, and then suddenly we talking about a line of credit. A county that goes that quick to that type of situation, don't know what their budget is, don't know what their expenses, or something is not calculating correctly. My question is, what's going to happen 2 months from now? Yes, you have an administration that is bloated with chiefs, but the Indians here are going to get hurt. They are not going to be able to have the money to buy beans. When you're talking about a 20% cut, 20%, you're talking about hitting some people very, very hard. But I'm not reassured that this is it. You need to do something quick, but you need to also know where you are standing. Because if it takes 2 months to go from not broke to where you have to borrow, I don't know what you're going to be doing 3 months from now. Thank you.
Pam Portwood. Howard Kessler.
Thank you, Commissioners. Howard Kessler, 251 Levy Bay. I just want to set one thing straight. Since my name was brought up, I voted against 7 of the 8 budgets I was able to vote. I asked to build up reserves. I asked to make cuts. And I'm not going to say any more to that. But I listened to a phrase and it said, we are where we are, when we were talking about the budget. And you are where you are because you created this bad situation. You made bad decisions. You made a budget based on revenue that was not conservative. You did not eliminate the bloated upper bureaucracy that you have. Shake your head. You did not cut your budget for years when your revenues were declining. Example, household. If you're in a household with 2 families making a salary and one of those members get laid off, does your spending continue as if everything was fine? That's what this board did for years. So now you say we are where you are, and who suffers? Who in the county suffers most? The upper management? No. I don't hear you talking about laying off upper management. It's the rank and file. It's the workers doing the heavy lifting. It's the workers in the trenches. It's the firefighters, the EMTs, the paramedics, in the ambulance, the deputies on the road. Those are the workers. They earn their pay. Those are the workers in our government we're looking to reduce. We had the volunteer fire department with Cuffer managed their MSBUs. You raided their fund. They had good savings. No longer. A citizen can recognize overspending as irresponsible behavior. But when this is done by the board with taxpayer money, it's not only irresponsible, it's arrogant. And I'm upset with this agenda item. I went to try to get this agenda item online. I was not able to do it. I don't know how many others were not able to do it, but I couldn't get it off of line. So I couldn't prepare for this. But when I got here this evening, I see where you're taking credit for systematically eliminating jobs from the department that you lost. Unbelievable. You lost the housing department and you take credit for systematically eliminating those jobs. Shame on you. I've said enough.
Renee Calhoun.
To bounce off that, if it hadn't been for me, we probably wouldn't have lost the housing department. Renee Calhoun. I'm not buying that anybody knew until March cuts needed to be made. So now here we are, all BoCC employees are going to have to take furlough days, and I hope that includes the commissioners, the executive staff, and administrators. You're going to eliminate code enforcement, animal control, vet services, and turn over the airport. You're going to cut 11 positions in places like Parks and Recreation, the library, the building department, and even EMS. You're going to count paper clips and staples, eliminate smartphones and non-essential phones, but you're not axing one executive staff position or even one person that ran this county into financial crisis. Lizzie Stevens' pay alone and Benny's alone could pay for 3 salaries you're cutting. I have no doubt the majority of this board is going to sit there and claim this is no big deal. Having to find $700,000 cash and taking out a line of credit so you can make sure you have September's payroll is a big deal. Had you done some of the things you're going to do in the months and years prior, it wouldn't be this bad. We wouldn't be in this spot. There's no doubt that the next year's audit is going to be bad because you've done nothing to change how this county has been run. I have no doubt that the majority of the taxpayers are going to have a fit when they find out the details. And as you set up the rules, you spent the money, the majority of you, 3 of you, set up the rules, spent the money and the time because you didn't like the way that we went about going and getting our county administrator. You didn't want the new county administrator. After reading the budget cuts here, there's no doubt things are business as usual. The fact that Tim Barden even asked for you to put off hiring a county administrator is outrageous. He's the one that made the budget choices. He's the numbers guy. He's the guy that ignored all of the things that have been happening. The mismanagement and misadministration of this county has been ignored by the 3 of you well before Mr. Pingree left. And the same 3 of you ignored every citizen concern and warning you were given. This board cannot hide behind the fact that Mr. Barden failed in his previous position as the, quote, numbers guy, or the fact that the interim county administrator has done nothing since November to deal with the financial crisis he should have known about. Commissioners, quit putting off getting a county administrator. Enough is enough. Mr. Barden is leading this county into bankruptcy. Put Mr. Edwards in. Put anybody in. Get Mr. Barden out. Thank you.
Ron Pasecki.
Ron Pisecki, 137 Royster. I'd like to say I'm the voice of common reason, but that's not my nature. I'm here, first of all, as chairman of the Code Enforcement Board. I've been chairman for 3 years. I've been on the board for probably 6. Jamie, our code enforcement officer, has grown leaps and bounds. She's got some of the highest certifications that she can get. I've never served on a better board. I cannot recall a meeting in that period of time that we couldn't have because we didn't have a quorum. We have 7 members on the board. Almost every meeting we have 6 or 7 members there. We've got about $60,000 in outstanding liens that need to be collected. We have recommended foreclosures of property that need to go forth. This will generate potential sales or revenue to the county. And we've already collected like $40,000 this year. Every claim that comes to us to adjudicate, we have 3 claims a month. the minimum fines, and almost always we accept the code enforcement recommendations, include a $150 administrative fee to cover Jamie's cost. So this is something that's generating revenue and enforcing the regulations that you folks put forth. Now, probably a third of our claims are in Panacea. The residents of Panacea are doing their best to clean that up. If you get away with a code enforcement officer, you get rid of the code enforcement board. You've got all of your ordinances, and you just passed a major building management or maintenance ordinance that says violations, the code enforcement staff and board review those. So who's going to do all that? So when you're thinking of making these long-term cuts, let's say don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Now, enough on the code enforcement. Statement was made by Tim that 36% of the budget is controlled by you, 64% by the others. I thank the clerk's office, and I really thank Cheryl for coming forth and say she'll do her part immediately. Now, Commissioner Brock said that you can't cut the sheriff's budget mid-year, but you can control his budget next year. It might not hurt to send a signal that if somebody's not forthcoming early on to help this, maybe they could be looking at a 15% cut come October for next year. It might be a bargaining chip. Also, when the county charter was passed, the board at that time decided that they would let the state determine the salaries for constitutional officers and Board of County Commissioners. Now, I think the supervisor of elections makes in the 70s. The other constitutional officers, property and tax collector, I think are in the 90s. And the sheriff is, as I recall, well over $125,000 a year. I think we ought to get the board to change this and lower those. And one final thing, all of the board members are making around $30,000 a year. Commissioner Moore said he'd be willing to do his part. I would look forward to seeing the other commissioners say they're going to give back 25% of their income. Thank you.
Bill Russell.
Commissioner, I'm not speaking as president of Wakulla. I'm just speaking as myself, okay? There's a couple of things that I wanted to speak on, and one of them was at number 3, the 2 full-time employees at EMS. It doesn't make any sense to me that last week we hire a supervisor over there and we're going to cut 2 employee positions. And it's not about Scott McDermott. If you want to hire Scott as a paramedic, that's fine. But why would we hire him as a supervisor where we're cutting down on the number of people to be supervised? I would think that you would take Marvin, make him 8 to 5, and evenings and weekends, if you need a decision made, they call Fran or they senior paramedic on duty is in charge or something like that. I just don't see why we doubled the number of supervisors. It doesn't make any sense to me. And Mr. Barden, it's not a big deal, but the phones, he said he's going to do away with the non-essentials. Well, they were non-essential. Why did we have them in the first place? And the other thing I saw further in there was to do something with the veteran service officer. Don't do anything about the veteran service officer. People that have served deserve to have a veteran service officer. Thank you.
Bob Danzig. Bob Danzig.
Hi, my name is Bob Danzig. I live at 9 Springview in Spring Creek. Well, I'm probably not going to get an applause, but I want to say thanks for y'all taking this head on. I realize we got here like we got here. I don't know, blame it on whoever, however, I have some of my opinions. But the cuts have got to be made. You got to do that. And some people have not even spoken to the thing at hand here. You have to cut. I've said it before. I've stood up here and said it. For the people that don't know me, I own a business, a real estate business here in town. Times got tough, I cut. I pretty much got rid of my staff, or I got rid of my staff. I got rid of realtors. They had to go get jobs. I didn't get rid of those, but they had to go get jobs that paid. It's a tough deal. My company is so much stronger now because of what I did that was tough then. Now I'm not wondering if I'm going to make my payroll or if I'm going to be able to pay my bills for the next few months because I made those tough choices. So you have to do what you have to do. And you're going to have to cut. And I don't want to see anybody lose their job. I don't want to see any of the bad things that happen, but the fact is this is life, and bad things happen to good people. The state has cut, and they've cut some things that I'd rather they didn't, but I realize they don't have revenue. The federal government's cut things I wish they wouldn't have cut, but they don't have revenue. It's just the fact that we have to do what we have to do. And while you're taking care of this and making these tough decisions, if we rolled back some of the layers of government that we've put on ourselves, that would create more income for us sooner. Thank you.
Okay. Ivanhoe Carroll.
Thank you, Commissioners. I know it's really tough times and everybody's got to cut, and I appreciate you sitting up there. That's really tough. Lots of people are pointing fingers, who did what. I'm here for the animals. I'm here to tell you that please give us a chance to make some cuts, to change some levels of service, to keep the shelter open, because the calls for service are still going to come in, the animals are still going to have babies. There's got to be a place for them to go. So don't give me a chance before you do that. And we're much more than dangerous dogs. You know, we're out for the welfare of the animals. We protect the animals from the people and the people from the animals. We provide the shelter and care for all the stray and lost animals that many of them get reunited back with their families. We work with all these animals and rescue groups to get them on their way, and there wouldn't be anybody to do that, you know. So we're more than just dangerous dogs. And there's cats and goats and spiders, and we do a lot of stuff. It just coincidentally, this came out right about the time that this is all going on. So if somebody pick this up and read it, this talks about what we do and gives you a better idea, because I think that the public really doesn't know what we do. And we've been doing it. I started about 3.5 years ago with a budget of about $230. We made reductions. We're down to $180. We can go farther. We've been on 24/7, 365, but we can cut it back. But please don't vote to do away with it without giving us a chance.
Okay, thank you. Bob Langford.
Yes, Commissioner. My name is Bob Langford. I have been an individual who has been in Wakulla County since 1970. I have I haven't learned to love Wakulla. It's obvious we all love Wakulla County because it's just an absolutely beautiful place and a wonderful place to live. I also have been a person who's had the opportunity to audit and review local governments in a very big way since about 1975. That's 36 years. Our nation is obviously in a strong recession, a very strong recession, which is obvious. Every county, every state, so forth in our country is wrestling with the situation, and of course in Wakulla there are no exceptions, to that. We certainly have very dramatic situation taking place. Why our major local bank that we all love and cherish, failed. It didn't fail because of things that it did wrong. It happens because real estate values dropped more than half. We have an FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Company. It's responsible for handling the currency, dealing with banks and so forth. It took it over, and of course those properties are now being sold, and of course it's having a grave impact on places like Panacea and the rest of this state, and the rest of the county. So what we have here is an extreme fall in our real estate prices. And of course, we also have a very fine property appraiser, Mr. Sparkman, who has helped us all by dropping prices, dropping valuations responsibly, step by step by step. And so too this government is responsibly reacting to this situation step by step by step. We're all hoping that this thing turns around, and we're all hoping that it was well on its way to turning around, but you don't know. There are so many issues. There are oil issues. There are international issues. There's so much, confronting the people of America, but we will definitely prevail. We have a fine government. Nobody has a better government, and so forth. So what I see is a Board of County Commission that is struggling like it should, step by step by step. We have a county administrator who is doing, in my opinion, an excellent job. He has to do things and reacting to things as he goes along. In any moment, of course, we hope that the economy starts turning around, and we thought it was, and it will, and it is. And the oil prices will go a long way towards helping us do a lot more with the amount of money that we receive here.
Thank you. Okay. Like Randy suggested, we got to give the administrator some guidance, and this is where the rubber meets the road. Now we need to, the motion right now that's on the floor is to approve all the intermediate budget reductions. I want to make sure the public understands that doesn't include these things back here that's major budget reductions. Those are off the table. What's on the table now is just those things that are 1 through 10 that we've discussed in length. I'm not going to vote to approve all of them. I'll negotiate, but if we can't do that, then I'm just one vote. So however we need to move forward. Yes, sir.
I'm still looking for, because we've cut our 2.5% is what you're telling us, Tim.
Yes.
And the clerk's office has cut their 2.5%, and Cheryl's cut hers, and I'm fairly certain that the property appraiser is also doing that. The supervisor election may not be able to do that. We'll probably have to make up his because of the increase in election costs. That's he runs on a very small budget, so his percentage is small. What is the actual number after all of that we need to get to now if the sheriff's office, which they've said they can't give any further this year until the end of the year?
It's hard to give a pinpoint number. We got it down to a ballpark where we'd like to be. If you go through with the furlough, like I said, we've been able to cut, when you talk about our EMS, you talk about, we anticipate getting a decrease in FRS, because July 1st the rates changed. We recalculated that, so we're anticipating having a savings there. The workers' comp reevaluation. What we've already done, the $179,000 we were supposed to put in the bank, and if you do the furlough days that we're implementing here, we've been able to reduce $413,000. So we're basically $100,000 shy of our goal.
From just us alone, without the clerk, with the property appraiser and the tax appraiser.
That doesn't include what Ms. Ola has offered up, so I'll need to recalculate that. So
that's including what the clerk's office's cut?
No, you're right, it doesn't. I'm sorry.
And that's the number I'm trying to get, because we don't have to, I want to see us make every cut that is practical to make. I made the joke to you, but I truly believe it. You want to stop the bleeding, but a corpse doesn't bleed, and I'm trying to avoid us from dying. There's a number that we have to get to, and I don't know what the number is. It's okay. I know the number is $500,000, but we've cut $179,000.
Yes.
The property appraiser and the clerks are going to be another $100,000 roughly if you put all three of them together.
I know Donnie was at 50. He told me.
Well, Donnie's 50. Cheryl, I'm guessing, will be.
I think it was requested for 2.5. It was 17 for the property appraiser. 17 for the tax collector, 24 for the property appraiser. And the clerk was, I think, 10.9, so it's almost 11,000.
So the three of them only get us up another $50,000? 52. So at that point, we're looking to cut $250,000? $270,000? I'm just trying to have a number that we can aim to.
And I think the number needs to be 500,000. Let me explain why. If we don't do this, we're going to be sorry later, like some people suggested. When September comes, I want to be able to pay the bills. We got to make some substantial cut now. We should have been doing this before. Now we're on at this doorstep. We got to do it. I mean, don't. I hear, and I appreciate what you're trying to do, Alan. I really do. I think that's a loyal thing to do. But we got to cut. I think we got to leave the number on the table at 500,000. I don't care if the sheriff antes up. I don't care if everybody antes up. We still need to cut $500,000 because if we're going to need it in the end.
Are you saying cut an additional 500 if we get 5? We just need 5. We need a lot more. We just need 500,000.
I think we need to. This board needs to give direction tonight to cut 500,000. It's or 420,000 is what I'm suggesting in these numbers. Right at, let's say 400,000. I'm just saying that if we try to penny ante our way down to 300 or 250, or we're going to be sorry later. We're going to be right back here in August or September trying to find some more money, and it's going to be too late. This isn't easy, and I know it's not easy, but we need to cut.
And I agree, and I think we're all frustrated and disappointed because when we had this meeting a month ago, we agreed to 2.5% cut, and then we did furlough days for our staff. And in that meeting, where I voted against the furlough days, those furlough days were an extra cut that we did not need to do. That's what we were told.
But we did end up needing them.
Well, we did end up needing them. I'm saying that we did end up needing them. They are helping us towards our goal now. I don't want to punish our staff, who even when our staff, when you talk to them, a furlough day just means they're not getting paid. It doesn't mean they're not working. Some of them may be able to take a day off, but their job doesn't change when we reduce their hours. They still have to accomplish everything we ask of them. They've come in on furlough days. They come in on weekends. They work holidays. They're trying to keep things moving forward. And that's what I'm trying to figure out how to deal with. Because if we cut, all we're doing is cutting their salary. We're not necessarily. And some of them will be, and they may get an extra day off. We cut them an extra 19 days, and they may take an extra 2 or 3 off to themselves. But they will still be here. The majority of those days are working from home. The majority of those days to accomplish the task that we give them. We don't have a gigantic staff out there who just lazes about doing nothing. The stereotype of the Jeb Bush lard bricks. Our staff works hard and is understaffed and has to go out there, and every position we have is something that we need, and every cut we make is one that's going to be felt, and it's going to be a reduction in services for everybody. And that's what I'm trying to avoid doing. And so we have to do more furlough days. I want to see it be as slim as possible. And try and make sure we do that. I want to make sure also, as we're doing these things and we're discussing these things, look again at the library as we're looking at things that we're protecting. The way library funding works is we had that whole workshop on. As you cut library funding, it cuts twice. So every dollar we spend less is matching funds we don't get, which means that we're cutting ourselves worse. So I just want to make sure y'all keep that in mind as you're discussing things. Because right now, and unlike with former Commissioner Kessler said, and I'm not arguing with most of it, but we have protected all of our public service, firemen, police, animal control. They're held harmless in the furlough days and budget reductions as far as this goes. We are asking, and the Sheriff's Department hasn't implemented furloughs, that we are asking for cuts there, as we're asking for cuts from all of our divisions, but we're doing our best to hold them harmless. I also want to, as we look to start refilling positions in the future, because one of the things that makes me nervous about all of this, I want to make sure we continue to look at the diversity of our staff. Because a lot of the cuts proposed will impact our staff diversity, and I want to make sure that we keep that in mind. And I also want to make sure, that I know I'm now getting wonkish, that as we cancel cell phone plans, that we're not paying more to cancel the cell phone plan than it would cost to finish out the contract, because that's just foolish.
Okay. So we're back to trying to compromise here, I guess. Or we can go with the motion we have on the floor.
And I had assumed the furlough days would apply to us. I guess that was just something I had assumed.
We have to write a check, and as we've been doing, we have to write a check. this, because state constitution, we can't have money automatically deducted from our salary. We have to then write a check back to the county as a way of helping return it back.
I guess I just assumed we're asking somebody
July
else to do
1st, Alan, you can. The state passed the rule that just about everybody can it can be well helped.
Yeah, as effective July 1, there is a new law that commissioners, all the constitutional officers can voluntarily reduce their salaries. So that way you don't have to write a check back and you don't get taxed on that money and then have to give it back to the county.
One of the things that somebody stated earlier as we're talking about furloughs that I've made a note, and I'm not sure how y'all feel about this. We might look at reduction of salary or furloughing people of a certain level income or salary instead of everybody across the board. Something to discuss. Furloughing, if we ran our offices, we could leave out administration one day a week, and then we might be able to keep our offices running and not impact people making $30,000 a year with further reductions. Something to discuss.
Okay. Just for the record, I wrote my check to the county for my 5 furlough days, and I intend to write a check for the next 17 days. So I would encourage the other commissioners to do the same. Writing it to charity doesn't help. We need to write it back to the county so it goes back in the county coffers. And I would strongly urge y'all to do the same. But that's neither here nor there. Lynn?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I shouldn't respond maybe to some of what people have said, but I think there is a commitment on the board to do our part in terms of the furloughs. I know I've stated that is my commitment. And also a comment was made about the emergency medical services positions that were, one of those was in fact recommended that be cut by Wakulla. So, you know, that's, I think sometimes people don't always understand. They speak about things, but they don't always have the full information before they're commenting. And I really, you know, I think everybody on the board, it's real easy to do hindsight and, you know, what should we have done differently. And you know, I wish, one thing I wish was that we hadn't done the COLAs 2 years ago or whatever, you know, but the people, we're doing the best we can with the information we have. I appreciated the last speaker, who actually was one of our county administrator candidates, by the way, because one of the things I've heard going to a lot of county commissioner trainings, you know, most other counties have been making very severe cuts over the last 2 years. We've kind of tried to spare our staff. I think that's why some commissioners voted to use reserve rather than make cuts, is because we were trying to not hurt employees. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's mismanagement or anything like that. I think, you know, we were trying to delay or postpone some of what we're having to actually do now. You know, a lot of other counties have had to make much worse cuts than we're even looking at here. So, anyway.
Okay.
I did fail to. I had talked to Ms. Bays, and Ms. Bays, I want to apologize. I can't cut you on code enforcement. I'm just code enforcement is so very important, so I can't do that. I said when I was running for election I wasn't going to fire anybody, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to cut the Indians. It's devastating. Some of the ladies, the men, I have a different opinion of men, but some of the ladies, they're the breadwinner. They're the breadwinner. They have children, and they have rent payments. And if they're one of the Indians and they lose their job, all of a sudden there's your daughter, there's your wife or whatever. They're destitute. All of a sudden they're just without anything, and I'm not going to do that. We had an opportunity to, in my opinion, do an administrator who has the experience to make the cuts and cut them all away. He has no relationships with any of our people. And that's basically, I don't have a lot of relationships, and after tonight I probably won't have any. But I want to find out, before I do anything, I want to find out what the sheriff, I don't think there's anybody in this county, regardless of what you may think, that cares so much about this county as the sheriff, or who has done so much for this county as the sheriff. And I think that he will contribute to this. I want to find out what that he will contribute to this, add that to whatever else we have, then basically just take days off. I don't want any of the Indians to lose their jobs. We take days off, balance it with days off. You may not be able to go out. You may have to turn your air conditioner up. You may not go on vacation, but I grew up that way. I didn't have air conditioning. My family never took a vacation. We didn't know what a vacation was. Vacation was going to church. But somewhere we've got to get somebody in here who will take charge of this thing. And in defense of Tim, Tim, with all due respect, with maybe a little bit of whatever, Tim's doing what we tell him. Maybe he hired somebody that I asked him not to rehire anybody or to let attrition take all these problems away from us. Maybe he whatever, but that's just a small part. I think he's capable. But right here is your problem. I'm part of the problem. I came into this, and I'm part of your problem. I may not be friends to anybody, but I'm going to do absolutely the best I can. So there be it.
But we got it. It's sitting here in our lap, and you're saying you want to hire somebody to take care of it, and I don't understand that, Jerry. It goes against what you just said. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth, excuse me, but it's here, and let's make a decision and tell him what to do. You just said we're telling him what to do. Let's tell him what to do, and it's right here before us. And now make a hard decision, and you just talked yourself out of doing anything. You just talked yourself completely out of doing anything.
Until we get the numbers from the sheriff. If I knew what those numbers were, I could go forward.
We can't wait another week. We can't wait another 2 days. He needs some direction tonight, or we're going to fail.
I do want to, and I think this is a problem, because I had this conversation with Tim over the last couple of months where I've said, one of the things we need to do is if we're going to have to let people go, and we're going to have to let people go, we should be letting them know, and we should be discussing it now. We should be encouraging people, if they have the opportunity to go and find other jobs. It's a horrible job market. They should be looking. And I think it's really complicated, hard for people to follow what's going on when you say you aren't going to raise taxes, and you know we're going to have $1 million cut next year without raising taxes, automatic off the top from the property tax reduction. And all of our staff goes to salaries, and you're not going to fire anyone. I want you to keep them, and you're not raising taxes. I'm not arguing with you. You can't not raise taxes and not fire anyone, and that's the only. I just want you to figure out which one you want to do, and we'll go forward with that one.
I think I said I wasn't going to do anything with the Indians.
No, you said you weren't going to fire anybody.
Well, let me redo that. I'm not going to fire the Indians.
Okay. Before we leave here tonight, you need to make a motion to fire somebody. If that's the whatever you want to call them, the chiefs, then you need to make a motion to fire those.
I would bring it back at the next meeting.
No, we can't wait any longer, guys. We have to do something tonight. We have put it off too long. That's the bottom line. So you got to do something.
Will you support who I named to fire?
I don't know, Jerry. You hadn't made a motion. We got a motion on the floor right now. We're going to settle.
Yeah.
And we got a sheriff's representative up here who hopefully is going to tell us something.
Let's listen to the sheriff.
And I do, I want to reiterate, because I brought it up. I think the sheriff's office is committed to make the cut at the end of the year, and I understand the troubles that the way things work, and I'm not frustrated with y'all. I'm frustrated with the situation, and I do appreciate all that you're doing for Wakulla County. I'm not reprimanding y'all.
But we need a commitment, Mary Dean.
We have been committed for a while. The Sheriff Harvey, since last December, has been working on cutting his budget. We were the first to submit our budget proposal for next year. We've got 10 different positions that we're going to be cutting. Currently, Sheriff Harvey has agreed, and we are working on cutting our budget for the current year by $200,000.
Okay, but here's the problem, and the clerk maybe needs to. I'm not going to speak for him, but he needs to make sure I get this right. The problem is that we need something like Cheryl suggested earlier. We have to have a commitment right now in writing that you, and we need it back in increments. In other words, if you get a $100,000 draw, we need you to give us back $90,000. That's just a number. Does that make sense?
That is fine, and we're willing to do that.
Okay.
How many dollars are we talking about? Have we decided that?
Sheriff has agreed to $200,000.
Okay, now Tim, where does that leave us? We're looking at 500.
I want to reiterate, and maybe I'm not calling you out here. I had a conversation with the sheriff earlier today because I wanted to have, because this was an issue I was trying to figure out. Because if we all make the 2.5% cut incrementally, we don't have, none of this conversation has to take place. And the sheriff said he's committed to making the cut at the end of the year, but he doesn't think he could do it incrementally now. And that's why we're still having the conversation. And I don't want to get you in trouble.
Mr. Chairman, my motion would cover all this that I made 15 minutes ago. If the constitutionals give Mr. Barden, we don't want to fire anybody, okay? We don't want to do any of these things if we don't have to. So if he can get the commitments from the constitutionals, if we follow my motion, that gives him flexibility. If he wants to make some staff changes, that's his business. We don't need to be telling him who to hire and who to fire. My motion would cover all that, and we can be done with this.
Okay. Does that give you enough guidance, Tim, or? Okay. I just want to make sure he has what he needs to move us forward.
Pretty clear that we don't want to do any of these. You know, the ones we don't want to do the most are get rid of library people, get rid of building department people. That's the first one we'd like off the table, if possible. Next would probably be the furlough days, I guess. And then whatever it is, we can bring that back. Let's get a commitment that what we're going to get back. You see what I'm saying?
Well, and there are parts of this. Here's how I feel. He makes. There are 10 suggestions, and there are some that we've basically done. If we need a vote on them, I think we should do the easy ones first that we can all agree on. We've already restructured EMS. Fran and Scott McDermott put together a plan that is saving us money. $100,000 this year, $100,000 next year by restructuring the way they do their hours. That has happened. If we need to vote to approve that, we need to vote to approve that. Public Works is reducing their budget again by another $200,000. This is going to be on top of. Is this on top of the other $400,000 you've already reduced this year? You reduced over $500,000, correct? Over $500,000 cut from Public Works. Those are the people. Those are the people paving your roads, mowing the grass, grading your roads, fixing your culverts, dealing with the floods. And you're going to see jobs cut. You're going to see jobs cut at Public Works. You're going to see jobs cut at the landfill, possibly. And these are people that are getting fired because of actions that we're taking because we keep asking them to cut. They aren't county employees, but they work for the county through Public Works, so they're ESG employees. But we are the ones who are causing them to get cut. So bear that in mind as we move forward with these things. Those two things, though, we've agreed to. And I think we should do them because the reason that I'm saying we need to do the Public Works cut so adamantly right now is the $800,000 or the $750,000 we're going to discuss in the next item is covering a hole from Public Works over the last 2 years. So that's why we're trying to make these cuts now to reduce spending now so we don't have another hole next year. So that's why those cuts are pretty much off. Those pretty much are on the table. And I think we should. I think that if we want to freeze office supplies, saving $7,000, we should probably move forward with that because I don't think any of us have an objection to that. Non-essential office supplies. I think we should also look, as we discussed it last year, reducing office supplies. If there are anything we can reduce that we don't need, move more to paperless. I know the clerk's office has already moved to paperless timesheets, but our staff hasn't moved to paperless timesheets yet. Correct?
That's correct.
We need to probably speed that process up because it's there, and we need to start saving the money and the time going into checking those things. Little cuts that we can make that make things more efficient. Elimination of smartphones and non-essential cellular phones. We cut every cell phone last year. We cut 6 of them that we considered non-essential, and I thought we might be able to cut more. Apparently we found more. I'm glad to see. I think we should move forward with those. I'll gladly give mine back. I don't like mine as it is. And so those things we all agree on, I assume. And I think we could make that motion and vote on it very easy and have unanimous support for those 4 items. And then we might start to fall apart after that on the other cuts. But those are cuts and savings that we all agree on instantly.
Do you make that motion?
Well, we have a motion on the floor. I'd be glad to, if you hold your motion, come back, make that motion, make that vote, and then come back.
No.
And I'm not even saying, what I'm saying is give that direction, so that's not even Tim's option anymore. He
I'm
has
going to
do those
withdraw
things.
my second because I think we might end up having to do this on specific items.
You can do that and then take them one at a time and vote on them. Yes. Okay? All right, so the motion is dead for lack of second.
Well, whatever motion we have next, we can't just say don't do it because we don't want to. We have to make a decision.
I agree.
I agree. I agree.
I recommend we prioritize the cuts, all right, and laying off people's dead last. That's the last option on the table. Hopefully it won't have to happen at all. That's what I was trying to accomplish. If Tim can work out with the constitutionals or however he does it. I don't think we need to tell him how to do it. If they work it out, that's the last cut. I think we should just go down the list and rank them, and it's going to take a while to do it, but let's just do it and get it over with.
All right, so let's take item 1, hear a motion to approve it, however you want to approve it.
I think that should
But
be
Alan
numbered.
was making a motion for the other 4.
We can start with 1 and work our way through.
We can start with 1. So, what did you, and I don't know how much it would save if we reduced people who make over $50,000 a year and furloughed them versus furloughing. Because what happens, so a lot of our employees, and it's going to hurt everybody, but I'm trying to figure out ways to keep our office open, and how to hurt people the least. So if a 20% cut of $50,000 a year, you're still making $40,000 a year. You still have to find that money, and it's still going to hurt. But you take, and it's actually sharper than. So you do that to someone making $30,000 a year, and they're giving back $200 of their $900 paycheck every 2 weeks.
Alan, you want to look at that? That's
Okay. So, and it's hard enough for a person with a couple of kids to live off $900 every couple of weeks.
You got a motion in there?
Yeah. Well,
Look
I'm
at the right-
talking so that we can
Look at
figure
the
out what we
right
do.
side. It shows you the salaries. You might want to say 40, over 40.
Are we going to rank these?
I'm just, I mean, to me, that makes some sense to only target the
don't care.
higher ones.
It's up to you guys. I
just want to do one of something.
Let's just proceed to.
To me, that would be second from last that I'd like to, last thing we do is fire people, second from last we do is furlough.
Okay, then I move that we approve the restructuring of the EMS division, the public works budget reductions, freezing offers supplies, and eliminating smartphones and non-essential cellular phones as long as canceling contracts isn't more expensive.
Second.
So motion to approve 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's it?
Well, to start off.
Okay, I have a motion for 4, 5, 6, and 7. And a second. Any more discussion? All for the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion that we rank them in this following order. In order of least preference. Item 3 should be the one least preferable, which is laying people off. Item 1 should be the one that's next least preferable. Item 2, next in line. 8 after that. 9, and then 10. 10 being delay the county administrator. I think we'll probably all could agree on that. That's... Devlin, did you get that? All right. In other words, if Tim can find $86,000, we don't need to lay anybody off. If he decides he wants to for his management reasons or whatever, that's his business.
I was just, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Running the numbers, with these firm commitments, I can't guarantee the property appraiser isn't here. So we're
He
dealing.
told me personally 50,000.
Okay.
I know him pretty good.
With the cuts we've been able to make with EMS, with the anticipation from FRS and like I said, the other reductions we've been making, and and if our revenues come in like we anticipate, we're going to hit the 500 with those commitments, if those are true commitments. However, that's a slim margin. So, I'm not telling you that you hit the, you're in the clear, but I mean, we've hit the goal of $500,000. Whatever you want to do now is going to be gravy and help us ensure that.
Well, we got the cuts from Ms. Arts' motion already. We've already approved. So maybe you don't need to do any of the next ones. All right? I think that my motion covers that. If it doesn't need to do them, don't do any of them. Now, if we want to come back next budget year and look at it again, well, we're going to have to make some changes next budget year. We either got to cut. If the rollback rate is 9.3 mil, somewhere around there, I'm not sure what it is, but
we have to cut at least $500,000.
We've all agreed we're not going to go to the rollback rate, which is to keep level service the same. So we got a hard time ahead, but maybe this, with these commitments, thank you, Mary Dean, gets us through the end of the year. So my motion stands, and I think we should move on.
Okay, so you're going to leave that motion that in that order of 3, 1, 2, 8, 9, 10, least preferable at number 3 and going down.
Yes, if we have to.
If need be. Okay, I'm buying to that. That's fine. I mean, it gives him the discretion to do it.
But there are, and again, we all said at the beginning, well, not all of us, but a few of us, there are positions, I don't want to see any more cuts to the library.
Okay, we'll make that part of the motion then.
Well, that's the last on.
It is last on the list. But I want to make sure that, like, there's cuts to the library, Parks and Rec, Planning, Extension Office, that I think
we've heard that we're not going to have to do that. Is what I'm hearing. If everybody follows through on what they've said, so.
I want to reiterate to all of our staff, because I know many of you are nervous right now, just because we're not cut, these positions that we're discussing will all probably be discussed over our next few budget meetings, and there are chances, and probably some of them very likely, will not come back in next year's budget. I encourage any of our staff, if you hear of an opportunity out there and you're like, you know what, I like working for the county.
Sound like Jerry Moore.
Well, no, I'm a big fan, and if you're gonna have to let people go because of budget cuts, not because they're doing their job poorly, you should make sure they have as much notice as possible.
I agree.
So that they have the opportunity to go out there and find a job. And I think we're going to have to cut staff this year, the way things are talking. We may not to, and if we can make it work where we can keep programs going at the same level of staff that we've been doing it, that's awesome. But I think there will be some staff reductions in next fiscal year, and I just want our staff to be fully aware of it. These positions are the ones that are being discussed. You know who you are, I'm assuming. If you don't, I'd make sure and find out, am I this person? And if so, start having serious conversations with the county administrator and from there.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Maybe we don't have a second. Okay, we have a motion. Does anybody want to second that motion?
That's on those 4.
No. That's on my ranking of which one to do.
Oh, I have no problem with that. Are we gonna go after those tonight? Or are we gonna hold up? You're talking about holding up.
We've already approved the 4.
Okay.
This is if he needs more cuts to make it. This is the ranking to cut him in.
Okay, I can go along with it.
So is that a second?
Yes.
Okay, we have a second. Any more discussion?
Those are the order of most
least important to the first one to be cut. Number 3 would be the last one considered, 1 the next to last, and so forth, and 10 being the first one on the chopping block.
See, I'd like to take 10 out of there because I think, as Commissioner Stewart said, most of us probably agree we can save $50,000 the rest of this budget year by just delaying that higher.
Okay, I'll amend my motion then to say we implement number 10 along with the other ones you did. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you might need to take 10 out of yours and have a separate motion on that one, maybe.
I can't do that because if we hire a new administrator, I told him when I first came on that if we hire a new administrator that maybe he should probably look for
we fight that fight another day, please.
Okay.
Day of the hiring.
Okay.
Chances are
it'll happen anyway.
October 1's probably a realistic start date at this point in the year anyway.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to leave 10 on, we're going to take 10 off?
Leave it on.
Okay, in that order.
Yes.
precedence. All right.
Yes.
I'm gonna jump out there and make a lot of folks mad, but,
We have a motion and a second. Now, you're going to talk about this motion?
no.
Okay, well, let's get this passed first. Okay, all for the motion?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Mr. Moore, go ahead.
So I can't bring one of those back into the tent?
We're still having the
We're
conversation.
listening.
Okay. I would like to bring number 9 in for a vote.
Okay?
I know that's not going to be very popular. I do have a lot in tar pine. I'm interested in tar pine. I think tar pine serves just a very few people. And I don't think the county really wants to mow the grass for a private airport. It's we don't have any commercial planes in there, or if we do, they're so minimal that we don't have any gas down there. I've got friends who fly, and they can't fly in here because we have no gas. I certainly wouldn't be in favor of putting gas in. Any way you look at it, it's a private airport. We just happen to have it passed over to us. I would like to pass it back.
Okay, so your motion is to turn over the airport
Yes, sir.
back to the Tarpine Homeowner Association.
Yes,
So it
sir.
needs to go to, Tim?
I would like to get the direction, if that's the board's pleasure, to look into doing that. I don't know if we can do it with just a single stroke, but I'd
Jerry, I'd really
have
like
us, the
to,
attorney, look at what the options are and bring something back for you.
I think maybe we could handle this at next
Okay,
budget.
good enough.
I'd like to look at it. some
All right,
more.
good enough.
Let's leave the motion on the floor and to do that, to direct him to do that. Is that a second, Randy?
No.
Do that? No?
I want to look at it some more.
Well, that's what he's going to do.
Okay.
As part of the next budget year
Yes.
process,
We can? I mean, we got a workshop on the 23rd coming up, so you're going to get
I'll second
a lot of...
and I want to look at the operational
ground.
issues. There's other issues.
What is the motion again? I thought it was to transfer it back to the Tarpine homeowners.
It was, but he modified it to say, if I understood you right, to have Tim look into turning it over to the homeowner.
Well, if we can't turn it over, then he has to look into it.
Okay?
So, basically,
Okay, we have that motion on the floor. Yes, sir.
I brought this up before as trying to cut the airport because I look at it as subsidizing a very elite few. But I've learned, and you'll find many people will probably call you, Jerry, that there are many people. I just say I think we should leave it to the next budget amendment, a budget workshop, and talk about it for next year. I don't think it's going to cause us any savings this year.
okay.
Well, it's not, but we can start the train moving so that when we get to the budget process, we know, we understand how to turn it over. Otherwise, we're going to be at October 1 trying to figure out if we can turn the airport over. I like your idea. Let's start looking at how to do it. We don't have to do it until the budget process.
Well, and I will say that it has a lot of... There's potential that could come out of the airport someday, and keeping it for $6,000 a year might be worth the $6,000 a year.
You and I'll be dead and gone. You might not be, but before that starts producing money. But anyway. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. All for the motion?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Oh, wait. Okay, the motion was to direct staff to do an analysis of the pros and cons of turning it over.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So why did Alan vote against that?
I apologize. I will change my vote to IA.
Okay, let's revote. All for the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you,
Okay.
Lynn.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I need 5 minutes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no. Why did we quit having water out our table?
Way to go, Mike.
Doing a couple of water swims.
Hey, I appreciate it.
We left off with, folks, y'all gonna have to take it outside or sit down, please. Thank you very much. Go outside if you feel compelled to talk. We need to get on with the business of the county. Thank you. Hey, we left off with which item?
I think we're moving on to 22.
Okay.
I mean, 23, sorry.
23.
Commissioner, this item is to update the board on the F0910 audit and request board approval to transfer funding from the board's Housing Prisoner Reserve Fund and to consider amending Resolution 2000-52.
Motion to approve. I know we got to do this.
Okay.
the resolution.
Okay. Motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Brock. Any more discussion? Any citizens to be heard? Vic Lambeau?
I'm okay.
Thank you, sir. Howard Kessler?
Howard Kessler, 251 Levy Bay Road. Thank you, Commissioners. Just a question. We have this rainy day fund set up for the sheriff from jail bed revenue. So it's really county facilities, county money that finance, and it seems like it should be an account that's sitting over with us in the county as part of our reserves, and that might solve a lot of the problem. Ms. Ola, she collects a lot of money in. She gets a salary for doing it. She doesn't get a bonus or a reserve count for herself because she's bringing money into the county. I think it should be the same way for the sheriff. I really think we should look at that as being county money. Thank you.
I want to comment to that because I've thought the same thing, but the way I look at it, it's sort of a check and balance. He can't spend it unless we approve it, and we can spend it without his approval, but it sort of puts it in a place where we can't get ready access to it, and it makes it a little harder to get to, if you will. And I think it's sort of like a rainy day fund, and it's over there, out of sight, out of mind. And when we really need it, like these kind of times, I think it's important to be able to have access to it. So that's why we do that. And you have the experience of knowing that we pay for a lot of repairs out of it at the jail facility. So anyway, yes, ma'am.
The only thing, though, that maybe where I would agree with our former chairman is that we could have it in a restricted fund, right? Isn't that what the 10%? And then it would count toward our fund balance. That's part of what's hurting us, is it doesn't count. Oh, Greg's shaking his head. I thought that's what I was
I think that's what the auditor told us, is that's the issue. And
no, if it was moved
to an unrestricted fund.
Anyway, once we repay this back, 10% is going to come into the county, and then it will count toward our our fund balance, and it will be restricted, correct?
That's correct. We'll be pretty much making our own rainy day fund on this side.
So we're kind of heading the direction that you're talking.
So the public understands we're going to borrow this money, if you will, but we're going to pay it back at an accelerated rate. We're going to, instead of removing 10% of the jail bed revenue total, we're going to remove 20%. Once that totals back up to where it's at now, then 10% will go into a separate fund into our account.
I think it's also important to point out that this is dealing with the 2009-2010 budget. It's confusing to me too. This is to cover past budget shortfalls in the past. Not even this budget year, but the year before that.
Right. Understand the audit that we're battling here. This is what you were talking about earlier, Jerry. We're always in a year in arrears with the budget and I mean the audit. So understand that. So we're always operating a year behind, trying to catch up. So anyway, Renee Calhoun.
Well, Commissioners, 3 of you and your beloved and trusted staff should be ashamed of yourself. Chairman Stewart sat up there and repeatedly denied that this county is out of money, and the chairman even had the nerve to scold another commissioner for saying this county was broke, and now we know it is. The usual majority of 3 on this board downplayed how bad things were and spent money like drunken sailors, and now the taxpayers of Wakulla County have the hangover. There is no way this board did not know that the road department was going in the hole monthly, and yet you let the deficit get to $760,000 and counting, and you did nothing to stop the bleeding. You then allowed the Bay Trail to get $40,000 and counting in the hole and kept approving and spending. Myself and others stood before this board and repeatedly told you the housing department was going in the hole, and I repeatedly gave you proof. Now, we know that in that fiscal year, the housing department went in the hole over 20 grand. You and I both know that number is going to be even bigger since you let them spend even more and you waited so long to do anything. I won't be surprised to find the unfunded pay for employees gets up to the 20 grand alone in the next audit. This highly overpaid staff has repeatedly waited till they could not hide how bad things are and claim things such as an emergency to save programs, and you did nothing. You can't blame this on Chairman Kessler. He warned the three of you repeatedly this was going to happen, but the three of you kept running the show and spending. Now it's finally come to you raiding a fund you didn't have access to because you don't have time to change an ordinance, and you will no doubt even go after the 1 cent tax and leave nothing. I'm absolutely disgusted at the three of you, and I hope you start thinking about resigning.
Thank you. God bless you. Sue Belford? I'm sorry, we're going to go to Sue. It says to be heard now. We're going, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Just wait a minute, Sue. I'm sorry. I gotten out of hand here a minute. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Ms. Arts?
Yes, I would like to ask for our staff to explain what was explained to me when I kind of asked some of those same questions. Lindsay, could you talk a little bit about how you think we're going to recover? There are reimbursement issues and time lags with reimbursement. So basically it's my understanding that this fund, that what looks like a negative fund balance isn't really going to be, but anyway, could you talk a little bit about what needs to be done to address that in LIHEAP and energy assistance, and Tim or whoever talk about the Ochlockonee Bay Trail?
Well, on the LIHEAP and the energy assistance, we've been working with the clerk's office, and we'll continue to work to go through and look at what has been charged to that account. It's possible that some of the charges should have been charged to a different grant, and we're working through that this budget year.
Okay, we think some of them may have been charged to weatherization. And Ochlockonee Bay Trail, is that just we need to get reimbursed?
I think it's just a reimbursement issue, but we'll certainly look into it. I know we had some hiccups with the funding and contracts expiring, so we need to look at where we were with that, but I think it's just a matter of getting reimbursed from the state.
Okay.
Okay. Any more discussion?
I just want to thank the sheriff for this. We had this shortfall that we have found, and we're correcting the problem as quickly as possible, and I appreciate Ms. Calhoun for highlighting that. But I want to thank the sheriff because, as has been pointed out by several people, the sheriff's jail bed fund is the county's money, but it's money that the sheriff has put aside from extra revenue that's brought in from made off the jail from federal prisoners that we're housing there. This money's been put aside and it's been used, and what it continues to usually be used for is if there's some sort of crisis at the jail that needs fixing unexpectedly, or there's always the contingency that the federal government could say, you know what, we're having budget issues, we're no longer going to pay, we're just going to take those federal employees back, or federal employees, federal criminals back, and and take them back to a prison, and we're not going to pay you that money anymore. And then that money's there to help transition out of running a jail that's partially a prison. We need this money right now, and the sheriff's has been very cooperative the whole time and has gone above and beyond in trying to be helpful in this situation. And we've come up with a plan to pay him back over the next 3 fiscal years, and also start building up our own balance after that, so that we'll continue to help fill in more money towards our fund balance. And I think the plan that we've come up with is a really good one, but I commend the sheriff, and I think the clerk's office helped with some of that, and Tim coming with the plan for repayment. But I commend everybody that was involved, and I appreciate everybody's cooperation. It's very much appreciated for the good of Wakulla County. Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion? All for the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're going to deviate from general business and go to citizens to be heard. this point since we're so late. Sue Belford. Sue Belford here.
She was earlier.
Okay. Vic Lambeau. Okay. Pam Portwood.
Oh, just to start, I'm here as Pam Portwood, plain old citizen taxpayer, not anything else or any of my other hats. Well, I have a couple of requests. One is that the board either direct staff or work on your own or work with the county attorney to establish a fair policy that uses this podium and this venue of county commission and business of the county to be about that business of the county. I submitted myself as a county administrator applicant. I certainly expected to go through quite the vetting process. I was up for that, and I'm fine. I'm fine with it. I've been through it. Now it's over, and that's good. And I wasn't even at the meeting where I think this podium was used to call me some rather inappropriate titles, lapdog being one. I've been out in other publications being called a government insider and all those things. Well, that's, that comes with the territory of being a county administrator, or applying for county administrator. But what I've seen before, and what I think is probably going to continue to happen, is this podium gets used also to attack your Indians, as you call them. Yes, you want to, if you want to run government like a business, maybe you should look at the businesses that make the most money and the Fortune 500 companies and look at how they treat their employees. And I think you'd find out that they're treated well, and they're not harassed, and they're not always looking over their shoulder to see if someone's after them. So I'm just asking for some kind of policy, something that regulates a little bit of what is allowed here. And then kind of in line with that is a policy about how a person in the public should go about complaining when they have an issue with a county employee. I think they have that right. If there's a problem, if someone's mistreated them or they're not doing their job in the way that they think they should do it, there should be a process for them to go through to deal with that situation, other than standing at a public podium and calling names and making innuendos and accusations that may or may not be true. Puts a perception out there, and perception, as we all know, means everything. And doesn't get everybody equal ground. So I would appreciate someone following through with that if possible.
Thank you. Chuck Hess.
Chuck Hess. I have a few things I was going to talk about, but we'll go with what we were just discussing. I too, I would like to make sure we keep this podium. I never use the citizen to be heard. I always come up to address an issue. So this is unusual for me to come up and address and citizen to be heard. I would like to see something to regulate personal attacks on your employees. That would be, I could just stand with that, but I don't want to see regulate this podium to, restrict people personal access. My issue, right now it's not a personal issue. It's basically a comment. This keeps coming out, and Kansas just used just a minute ago, is that we want government run like a business. Folks, you don't want government run like a business. Businesses are in the name of profit. government is in the name of the common good. And so when you run a government, you're running for the best of people, with the best of people. You don't run it for a personal profit. Now, if and when this has come out, people have come out and just said this, and then come out when they wanted to change the rules for this, for some other person, some individual in the room. And the whole point of government is it has to be fair and equal to everyone. And in business, if you have a good customer, he gets special treatment. So let's make sure that we don't run our government like a business. We want to have it effective, we want to have it efficient, but we want it run for the common good. Thank you.
Good comments, thank you. You, Taylor?
Hugh Taylor, 1357 Martin Luther King Road. Let me say something about what Mr. Hester said. You had a government run by a business. That's why you had no bid contracts, cronyism, who you knew got you the job. That's my experience in business. But that's, aside from that, Commissioner Brock, I appreciate your wanting to help the staffers. Not only would I suggest they get enough notice if they're not being laid off for cause. Someone in your HR department needs to help those folks find employment. All about, that's enough about that. And I don't think I've heard the Indians being attacked. I've heard bloat and management. The previous tape that I played, I'll stick it up on YouTube, and it will be under Wakulla's broken. There'll be video and audio if anybody cares to see more, see both sides of that particular excerpt. I'm tired, Commissioner Moore, I'm tired of what you inherited. You want to criticize the previous chair. I resent it, and maybe I can help clear some of your misunderstandings up, because they are politically distorted untruths. This county's effectively broke. Dr. Kessler was the only vote continuously, almost, to reduce spending, increase the reserves, not to spend from the reserves. If you are criticizing being broke, you're criticizing the wrong guy. Remember, for a number of years, Commissioner Kessler was the one on all these 4-to-1 votes. Kessler wanted a citizens committee to work on the budget last year to really go into this. Between Mr. Pingree's sharp pencil and the reluctance of this board, that didn't happen. These woods are full of a lot of expertise, retired people, and you didn't avail yourselves of it. Thank you.
Howard Kessler.
Thank you, Commissioners. As we, speaking about the bike trail, as we near construction of the new segment on county path system, I just want to remind you of the prior board's efforts and why they're important to continue to promote and improve our bike pedestrian trail. I'm going to go through a series of slides. This is a little town in Pennsylvania, Rockwood, Pennsylvania. Just flip through these if you would, Jessica. Great. This is another business. It has actually several businesses inside, coffee shops, gift shops. Continue, please. This is some of the art that's on the sides of buildings there. Continue. Continue, please. And this is one of the pieces of art at the trailhead of one of the, you can see the spokes of bicycles on the top is smoke coming out. Next slide, please. Some of the signage at a trailhead in Rockwood. Next slide. Guest houses, 2 or 3 guest houses. Next slide, please. Bike shop right at the head of the trail. Next slide. Gazebo. Next slide. Changing area and showers constructed by the citizens there. Signage in the town showing that they welcome cyclists. This is downtown Rockwood. Now just slow down for a little bit. I've shown this slide before. Studies show that the longer a trail is, the farther people will travel to visit it. The longer they will stay and the more money they will spend. Next. On this slide, bicycle tourism generates big money. That's the bottom line. Next. The previous Board of County Commissioners set in motion long-term plans for extending our bike pedestrian paths. Longer paths will bring more real jobs to our county, just as they have resulted in more jobs, increased property values, and economic revitalization in other areas throughout our nation. Next slide, please. I was in practice in Somerset, Pennsylvania, of which Rockwood is in the county of Somerset. And Rockwood has an outstanding, burgeoning, bubbling over population of 662, okay? That little sleepy town created 12 new businesses, over 30 new jobs, and we're talking about within a relatively brief span of time, okay, as a result of advocacy and development of their trails, rails-to-trail system. They're only part of it. It's not all completed. But that's what their part, their small little part, produced. So I advocate that the board can continue the work that was done to increase our bike pedestrian system, that capital city to the sea loop. That's the vision, and that can be very good for our county. Thank you very much.
W.D. Lansford.
David Lansford, Panacea. Commissioners, I've spent many long hours and many long years sitting in those hard seats over there, listening to former and present commissioners. I have heard 4-to-1 votes against investigating allegations against a former administrator, 4-to-1 votes against investigation of the housing department, 4-to-1 votes against budget cuts. And where has that gotten us? Without any administrator, without a housing department, and with a budget crisis. Where the former board was known as the 4-to-1 board, this board is becoming known as a bureaucratic coalition and a common sense coalition. It's 2 of them. The bureaucratic coalition sides with one bureaucratic government, with our bureaucratic government, and the common sense coalition attempts to inject a degree of common sense into our procedures. We cannot continue to cite reductions in staff as true reductions where programs that paid these programs have been taken from us. We cannot continue to rehire resigned employees in apparent direct violation of a board vote to eliminate all vacancies and for the board to approve all hiring. Mr. Moore did that back earlier. So I'm asking, who is the boss? All of the above problems are a direct result of the commissioners not making the hard decisions, not doing their jobs. You are responsible for your 3-to-2 votes against resolutions, against hiring a non-bureaucrat as a county administrator, and by your 3-to-2 votes against budget cuts. I'd like to point out that these 3-to-2 votes are the same people that were voting 4-to-1 last year. Commissioners, you all are responsible. How about doing your job? Thank you.
Bill Russell?
I wanted to clear up something there with Miss Arts. Wakulla wanting to do away with the Department of Public Safety, and me saying we don't need to have two supervisors where one's been doing the job. They're not in opposition of each other. And I'm for keeping the people that ride the back of the ambulances and give the service to the people. I'm against having doubling your number of supervisors. And I don't see, you indicated there was some mix-up there, and I don't see it.
Talk to me afterward.
Okay. But I'm still against keeping supervisors.
Okay. Gail Hickman?
I'm Gail Hickman. I live at 528 Hickorywood Drive. I'm trying to think of how we can save money. And I believe we can no longer afford a tourist development council, and that bed tax money should go to the county's revenue somewhere. I don't know if it's dedicated to something, but it should go somewhere. We just hired a grants coordinator, and we should utilize that person. Second, I think that we should consider putting the BoCC administrative budget group under the clerk. And I think that they generate the numbers to start with. And I think in the beginning, maybe years ago, they had this task. If you need a special type of report in a specific format, I bet they could do that for you. And the last thing I want to say is that the lady behind me, wave, says, if you stand up, say this: we don't need two assistant administrators, exclamation point. Thank you.
Renee Calhoun?
Commissioners, I'm concerned about the lack of quality leadership and accountability from this board. I'm concerned that BoCC employees have to take furlough days, all the while interim administrator Tim Barden hands out raises and promotions to his chosen few. Those few from the former questionable administration. The interim administrator Barden handed out a promotion with a 10% raise, and then for kicks and giggles gave another employee a 5% raise, all within days of this board telling him he could not do so without your permission. The fact he did not stop there, but handed out an additional promotion and 7% raise, plus backdated it to April 1st, is proof he has flagrant disregard for the directives and policies set by this board and the people of this county, who are continually taxed more and more to pay for these raises. The fact he kept those raises secret from the board, knowing full well all he had to do was add them to a consent agenda item, clearly violated not only your order, it also violated Florida Statute 125.85 that clearly states the administrator's job is to carry out the directives and policies of the board and enforce all orders, resolutions, ordinances, regulations of this board, and to assure they are faithfully executed. It's been over a year since the housing department problems were exposed and the truth started coming out about how this administration and county is run, yet this board did little or nothing to stop or change the status quo. This board is responsible for what happens to this administration, and your excuse or belief that the administrator can do what he wants whenever he wants is just plain wrong, and in light of the budget crisis, it's time for you to step up to the plate and stop it. Leaving incompetent people or unqualified staff in charge has led to the loss of an administrator, the closing of the housing department, and that included the arrest of one of its employees, thousands of dollars handed out to employees that are not entitled to it, and an increasing lack of trust of this board by the residents. Now, during Mr. Barden's watch, it continues with 2 federal lawsuits for 5 more fired employees filed against the county, the fire truck lynching, and the mismanagement of county assets. He now wants to cut every department from animal control to vet services. But he and his select few kept their jobs and their bennies. How much longer is this going to continue? How many more lawsuits? How many more select few will get raises and promotions? How much more trust of the people of this county is this county going to lose in its leaders? How much longer must the people of Wakulla County suffer from poor leadership? How many more services to residents will have to be cut? How about it, commissioners? When will you finally lead this county as you were elected to do?
Okay, that's all the citizens to be heard. We'll go back into general business and we can pick up with item 10.
Well, and right before, I just want to apologize to Ms. Hickman. I made a face with your statement. I apologize. I didn't mean to react so strongly. We'll be discussing that later this evening. Well, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're moving on to item number 10. This is a request board approval for the DEP SRF loan agreement amendment number 1 for the sanitary sewer force main project and approval of Utah's proposal for engineering, design, and technical service during construction for the Meadow Lift Station. Commissioners, as you know, we've begun construction on sewer line down 98 towards Spring Creek to meet up with Talquin. We drastically reduced this project down from $2.8 million to just a little over $1 million. And we're going to redo a problem lift station over in Medart. This is just to basically a cleanup item to get the loan in order to the level that it should be at, and to set up the fee payment schedule, and also to approve Utah's engineering and service and construction during design services during construction. Utah is here if you have any questions. And
Motion to approve Amendment 1 to the FDEP SRF loan agreement and authorize the chairman to execute. I think we've talked about this at length in the past.
And number 3.
And number 3, approve Utah's proposal for engineering services, technical services during construction for the Meadow Lift Station, authorize the chairman to execute.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All for the motion? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Is there going to be odor control in the Medart?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to 13.
Okay, Commissioners, item number 13 is a request for board approval. This is considering accepting the proposed Crawfordville Town Plan. This is a follow-up from the March 10th, 2011 board workshop. The discussion of that meeting was ratified back on April 4th, 2011 by the board, and we have been working with Kimley Horn and Associates to finalize the draft Crawfordville Town Plan and bring it back before the board and citizens for final consideration and acceptance. I know John Sewell is here from Kimley Horn to kind of walk us through some of the high points of the town plan.
Can I ask a couple questions before we get into this presentation that's surely going to take a while?
It shouldn't take a while, but sure.
On the option 2A, obtain a legal description to establish, are we actually going to need a survey?
We're going to try to run it off of the GIS layers that we have.
So it won't cost anything, basically, is what I'm saying.
There will be a cost associated to that time for a person to run the legal, and John Sewell can talk to you also about that.
I'm assuming after we just went through a long hour and a half discussion, we're talking about getting rid of cell phones. Obviously, we're going to look and see what we're proposing to spend to do this legal description.
And we can bring it back to the board.
Good evening, Commissioners. I understand it's been a difficult meeting tonight. I'll try to be as brief as I possibly can, but I think this agenda item is crucially important to the county since this is laying the
the roadmap to your future here in Crawfordville, and I think that to what we owe to the citizens of Wakulla County that participated in this process is a plan that the plan that the board can embrace and implement in the future. I also think it's timely, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the details of the plan, but as you all know, and I know all of you participated in this process, either through briefings or public meetings and charrettes. A few of you participated in the two-day charrette. We got to right down into the weeds in detail about Crawfordville. I think that participants learned an awful lot about their community. And through this process, basically, we've identified programs, policies, changes in land development code, changes in the way you handle your comprehensive plan, all of which will result in a much easier and a much more business-friendly, a much more development-friendly environment here in Crawfordville. Also one that will change the way that it looks in the future. And we've also identified some short-term strategies that can deal with some of the real limiting factors here, 319 being the biggest one. And I know that we've talked with a few of you about some of those strategies. But basically, these are all of the facets of the Crawfordville Town Plan. I heard the former commissioner talk about bike trails, and certainly we understand how that fits into the larger network. We identified to the level of the street and the block where folks want sidewalks. And the significance of that, the significance of identifying the specific bicycle multi-use paths and how that connects Crawfordville to the larger trail network. We've identified those projects. And the significance of that, though, is that the CRTPA, the timing of this plan was perfect, in that the CRTPA, which is your metropolitan planning organization, who is responsible for regional planning of transportation, just completed their mobility plan, which is their 20-year long-range transportation plan. As a part of that process, for each one of the counties, they've identified a pot of funding that can be applied to specific projects. Now, the way that funding works is you have to have a documented public involvement process that got you to those recommendations. You've already completed it, and those funds just became available. The other jurisdictions are still going to have to do their plans. They're kind of behind the 8 ball in terms of how they're going to go after these dollars. Now, historically, of course, Leon County's always gotten their share because that's where the majority of that board is found. But Wakulla County, I think, is in a great position to move those projects directly into design and construction this fiscal year. So those dollars are available to you all for implementation, and I think it's a significant outcome from this project. That's also true for bicycle projects. There's a pot of money available for that. Based on what you all decide you want to move forward with. This plan identified a lot of specific projects related to that, safety projects and those types of things. So a list of projects was identified as a part of this process. In addition to that, there's a lot of land development code recommendations, comp plan changes, all of which higher density, higher floor area ratios for commercial development, things that make this very friendly. We've identified some short-term strategies and actually had discussions with the CRTPA related to the strategy of implementing the intersections one at a time on Crawfordville Highway as a means to get out from underneath the $160 million number that everybody keeps throwing their hands up and saying, we can't do this, it's going to cost too much money. The state doesn't have the money, they don't have $160 million. But what the CRTPA has done is they've taken a real close look at that and said, well, You know, if you're looking at a $5 million project, we've got that in our long-range plan as a placeholder. We can talk about that. And so those discussions I know have been ongoing as part of your role with the CRTPA. So I just wanted to kind of highlight some of those key elements that came out of this plan. We identified, y'all had done all this planning, all this visioning. You guys were visioned to death. We have taken that vision and shown you the step-by-step procedures you need to go ahead and implement that. I think the citizens of Wakulla would be very appreciative of that. I know that if we sat them down in small groups one more time, I think they were going to throw their hands up. This is the planning district. It does have significance in terms of how you move forward and how you implement this. As you recall, there was the area inside the area. The outer boundary is pretty much just the planning area, and the inner boundary is where there would be more intensive and more density in that area. And this was vetted through the public involvement process. So the line was drawn by your citizens and you, not by us. Bicycle and pedestrian projects, things have been prioritized. This list needs to go to the CRTPA. You need to continue to sit down and meet with their staff. We think that's a highly effective way to get to this. They are authorized to, have discussions with you and talk about these projects. And we suggest that you continue to move forward with that. I talked about the other pedestrian projects and how that money is available. We talked about possible additional penny sales tax. We talked about that's an option that's on the table for you. I know that the Chamber was real interested in talking about the Blueprint 2000 model, which in our opinion is a great model. Don't know really in terms of revenues how much it's going to bring to the county, but it is a highly efficient way to implement projects quickly. Another option was the CRA that was discussed for the Crawfordville area. That was actually an idea that came from you, and we basically just kind of laid out the steps that you would have to take in order to make that happen. But again, the CRA is a way to focus those dollars directly in where they'll have the largest impact quickly so that the whole county will benefit. And these are the steps that you'd have to take to do that. And by the way, I'm going to flip back to that real quickly. The Crawfordville Town Plan probably comprises about 95% of what you have to have in your redevelopment plan for that CRA. So you don't have to do a whole new plan. You basically just have to reformat that, hold a public meeting, construct an ordinance, and you'd be ready to go. So it's not a big project. Where do you go from here? Well, I think implementing the Land Development Code is going to make things easier on the development folks. Amend your comprehensive plan. We actually talked about creating, and we identified how to create land use categories that actually have more density intensity. So that's very good for the Crawfordville area. Continue to coordinate with the CRTPA as it relates to 319. Getting the first intersection project in the DOT work program is the key objective for Wakulla County. Once you have that first intersection project in the DOT work program, and we've done these large projects, we were actually involved in the widening of 301 in Central Florida back about 3-4 years ago. That project is still underway. The key to that project was getting that first small PD&E part of it into the work program, and once that was in there, the ball started rolling, and DOT said, well, this is a project that's been initiated, there's funding associated with it, this is something that we need to continue to support. So that's the real key first step there. This plan also provides all you really need to submit grant applications. Can't emphasize that enough. If you're submitting a grant application, and I know that we worked with Commissioner Arts to identify a specific government center within the plan and these different areas and different types of projects, this plan can be your submittal for that grant application. This plan will get you points in virtually all grant applications. So it's just a real key element to gain that funding for whatever type of project it is, and these are all identified in the plan. I'd be glad to take your questions, and...
I move to accept the Crawfordville Town Plan and approve the study area and core area boundaries and direct staff to obtain a legal description to establish the study area and core area boundaries and advertise a public hearing, direct staff to draft new future land use designations for Town Center 1 and 2 and bring back to the board for consideration, and direct staff to work with the county attorney to assess the viability of establishing a community redevelopment agenda and present it should be agency, right? And present alternatives to the board.
Second.
Lindsay, question. In the attachment 2 is a Kimberly Horn change order for $9,300 to do the survey. Tim, we have $9,300 laying around to pay for a survey? I would assume not.
I would assume
after we just went through.
That would be a safe assumption.
Alan, would you be willing to not direct staff to contract to get a legal description?
I think we still need to direct them. I think she was going to explore different price options.
Well, I just say that because it's an attachment to the agenda item. I want to make sure we're not approving the $9,300 expenditure tonight after what we just went through.
She's not.
But pull it out if you would.
If you'll bring it back.
We'll bring it back.
Thank you.
I mean, I assume there's another way we can get this legal without maybe property appraiser. I don't know how exact it has to be.
We'll explore and come back with some options, I would think.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we have some citizens to be heard. John Schuff.
There's John.
John Schuff, representing the Chamber. We strongly support the plan, and we look forward to working with you trying to implement it. I think we got a workshop on August the 4th. We're trying to line some speakers up for it, and looking forward to it.
Dallas Marshall.
And realizing how much time y'all have tonight, I'd like to wait about 3 minutes.
Okay, Chuck Hess.
Support of this fine plan.
Chuck, yes, 112 Lake Ellen Circle. It's not often John and I agree on the same thing, but I think planning is wonderful. We should move forward with a plan for Crawfordville, and the public would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Any more discussion? All for the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
And thank you to John and Lindsay for all their hard work on this.
Okay, we're going to hear item 14.
Okay. Request board approval of the proposed process for the re-advertisement for county administrator and amended timeline for the schedule of events. Commissioners, this is just sort of a redo of the county administrator process. We've upgraded some language as far as the ad. We've also updated the timeline. Commissioner Arts had selected some suggestions for the selection process, which including bringing the candidates to 10, each commissioner getting 5, and then, 5 being everybody having a wild card to add on. Also including the interview process to include weekends or evenings, or being able to do it through Skype, so potential candidates don't have to travel all the way to Wakulla if they're long distance. Additionally, I guess that's about it. We're looking at trying to find a headhunter. Heather had mentioned there might be some low-cost or free organizations that would be able to do that for us. We haven't had time to get up with them, so I apologize for that. But we can certainly look into those organizations and report back to the board at the next meeting as to what we find out, if that's the board's pleasure.
I know we're not voting on anything, but in my opinion, we already did this process. I don't want to do it again. I noticed that the qualifications has changed to 10 years of city or county management experience, which would exclude both of our top candidates pretty much. That we arrived at through a 5 or 6 month process. I think we already did this. I think if we did it again, we'd get the same result. I haven't grown any smarter since December when we talked about this at the meeting. My opinion is exactly the same. Exactly the same.
Well, I think I'm looking forward to the headhunter option, because it's my understanding that one of the ones they're looking at is people who have been county administrators who better understand what all is needed to do some of the process.
Whose decision is it going to be? Is it going to be our decision or is it going to be their decision? Well, then
No,
what's the
it'll be
difference,
ours.
is what I'm saying. Maybe they'll headhunt a guy from South Florida, and I know what I want in a county administrator. I haven't changed my mind on that. And
Randy, I totally agree with you. When I saw this this new criteria, all of a sudden it had left out anyone. You just took away someone. You said that everybody almost had to have a degree. We're still in that old stuff. If you don't have a degree, you don't qualify. I don't want a headhunter. I'm like Randy. I haven't gotten any smarter, and I haven't changed my opinion of what we need. I don't want to see any of that language that we've got in there now. If we go back to the old language, that's one thing, but the language that we've got in there now, I'm not going to be a part of. I don't want. I go back to that thing about a degree.
Well, one of the suggestions that I had made was that the degree, that the main thing we want is experience, and that you can just, if there's not a degree, you require more experience.
With all due respect, a public administrator got us here, and that we had a public administrator here again. If he hears what I'm saying, nice guy, I like him. But because of that, we're here today because of a public administrator. We need a...
One.
Pardon?
One. You've had Tim's administrator, and you're happy with him, so it's 50-50.
He doesn't want
he wouldn't qualify for the job, though, would he?
I think I would. He's turned this job down so many times, I don't want to even go there.
No, but he could apply. He would
Well,
qualify.
I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't want to, but I'm saying, does he qualify under these criteria?
Yes.
And back to the experience thing, when I was hired as public works director, I didn't have any experience running public works. Just because you don't have experience in that job doesn't mean you can't do it good. Now, I'm not tooting my own horn, but I'm just saying that doesn't mean you can't do a good job at it if you don't have a lot of experience in it.
See, I think right now, look at the budget item we went through. I mean, we're in a very difficult time. We need somebody who can come in and prepare the kind of agenda items that Tim prepared or more. I think there could have been even more options in there. And it takes a certain level of knowledge and experience to do that quickly. And I also don't think taxpayer money should be spent training somebody. I
Yes, we
just
can
don't.
agree to disagree.
That's
Okay,
correct.
That's what it sounds like. So where do we go from here?
Well, what I had suggested was tabling it until we have the information on the headhunter. And then when we have that information to look at, then have a,
I guess my opinion
make a
is,
decision.
I know what, I wanted the last process, so whatever the majority of the board wants to do. I mean, I said this that night, I didn't agree with it. I'll go along with it. My opinion is, we already been through this. The person that got picked was picked by 3 as the number 1 candidate. I think we should have negotiated to hire the man. So I'll go along with what y'all want to do, I guess is what I'm saying. Unless it's,
Well,
a little too much.
Well,
I would just like to go back and revisit the issue we just dropped, but I'm not able to do that.
well, and I'm curious to hear Commissioner Stewart's opinions. Again, he has served, this is his 10th year as a county commissioner in Wakulla County, and he has worked with many different administrators.
I'm not going to step in that pile of I'm just one vote up here. I cast my vote, and I'll cast the vote the same way again, and for the reasons I've stated, and that's the bottom line. So I'm not going to say anything else about it. I'm sorry, Alan, I can't say any more than I'll...
No, and I appreciate that. It's still, it's a...
Let me say this. All I'm going to say is that credibility and ethics is a dying commodity in our society, and I believe in it strongly. That's all I'm going to say. And I said, I read y'all the facts. A periodical in this county called me a liar. My facts are all provable, and that really frustrates me. So I didn't lie. What I read was complete, true facts. So there you go.
I'm not going to vote for a headhunter anyway.
I don't disagree with you. I don't think I could vote for a headhunter. I'm not crazy about that idea. I think we're all smart enough to get there. I think we would have had an administrator, because my vote would have been the vote that may have made the difference. But I told you why I did what I did. I'm gonna stand behind that because I believe in ethics, and that's what my vote is. Now, that doesn't mean I can't work with whoever we put in there. I said that before.
I think we all believe in ethics.
Well, the other night I heard that facts didn't matter, so
I
facts do matter.
Restated that. I should have thought a little bit more carefully before
And the
I
fact
said
that we could, let's go get a fourth grader. That's what I heard we could do. Let's put a fourth grader in there. A fifth grader.
My son volunteered. He's in 5th grade, by the way.
We might could hire him. Probably get him cheap.
I won't go, if we have to do it, I don't want to change the process. I don't want to have to do it, but it looks like we're going to have to do it. But I'm not going to vote for anything that changes the criteria.
I agree. I think we ought to just start. How do we
What
get?
if we reach the same candidate all over again then?
Then we do. And then
start again?
My vote is what it is because of what I told you. And if you can't buy into those facts, then that's so be it. But if we re-vote and he gets selected, I'll work with whoever's put in there. I told y'all that long time before we ever started this process. That the consensus, and everybody's skewed what consensus is, but the consensus don't mean everybody, but it means the majority of us are going to try to work with whoever. That's where I'm at. Now, does that mean I'm going to be happy with it? Probably not, but I will work with whoever is put in place. I'm not going to fight them. I'm not going to do that.
For me.
I know, sorry.
Well, the thing is, why does it hurt spending another few months trying to, casting the net again? It's not that much time. It's mostly our time, because we're the ones who do the interviews. It's not costing much time or money. We're actually saving money by not bringing an administrator on till October. And my bet is that the candidate that a few people here seem to prefer will probably still be interested in the position.
Richard Reed?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about the anyway.
My frustration is the same frustration that we had last time. For me, it's important to me that we come in with a group with unity, working behind somebody who can work with our whole community, who they're going to embrace. As I stated at the last meeting, have every confidence in David Edwards, who we voted down at the last meeting. I've said publicly, but not on the meeting, but I'll say it now, what I think we should have done at the last meeting is tabled the vote and come back with a plan and see how the plan works. The plan we're discussing isn't working right now because, the problem's happening is the things that we're talking about doing, we have the board saying they're not going to support. They don't want a headhunter.
That was, I thought, your interest.
No. I am the one who liked the idea of the headhunter, but I'm not.
So I just wanted to have complete information.
Yeah. Well, but if we're not going to use it, we're not going to. I mean, I'm not. If you have 3 people outright say no, we don't, because it's free. It's a free headhunting service from former county administrators, and if our board says outright, we know that much about it. We're getting more details to confirm that. But if we're going to rule it out before that, we can rule it out before that. If we're going to go back, if we're going to keep the qualifications the same, and we're going to see what we end up with,
You're going to get the same result.
Well,
we're going to end up with the same result.
Am I able to make a motion?
No, we
don't have a motion yet.
Right, and see, first,
yes.
but I think to automatically be deciding that we don't want a headhunter, which we may not want, but let's not make that decision until we have the information.
I don't see, Ms. Arts, with all due respect, how many people applied for the job? 50-something? If we can't select someone out of 70 applicants for the job, we went through 6, 8 months, whatever, how many months of process. We set the criteria at my first meeting. We came with a candidate out of 70 people. We said, this is the one that the majority of the board wants.
But we had a lot of attrition. We didn't even get to interview half the people that we were interested in.
And I meant to ask this question earlier, and then it was just a question I have. If we did want to reconsider the vote, do we have to bring it back at the next meeting as an agenda item? Parliamentary procedure expert.
Well, when you approved your agenda tonight, this was approved as a discussion-only item. So you would need to, and you did that at the beginning. I don't know if anyone left because they thought there wasn't going to be an official action on this. That would be the risk you would run. So I would recommend that any formal vote on anything come back at the next meeting.
Maybe you could have a headhunter information on that, and if, maybe that'll change my mind. I seriously doubt it, but I'll have to look at it.
Okay. So it needs to come back at the next meeting one way or the other.
As an agenda item.
Yeah, I mean, we could bring back an agenda item. We can gather the additional information on headhunters, and you guys can make a formal decision one way or the other at the next meeting in 2 weeks.
Okay?
Okay.
So, we need a motion to do anything? Okay, we have some citizens to be heard.
I would...
motion, we don't necessarily need to.
I would encourage people, though, if there's some suggestions to this that would make it, to direct those to staff. You know, if there's a way to make this more, you know, suitable or acceptable to you or whatever, please let them know what you want to see.
Basically, if you're going to bring anything back, bring it back the same way, because I'm not going to have any part of changing the previous criteria.
I mean, the results for me would have been much different if I didn't know the information I knew at the 11th hour. That, you know, I didn't wait to disclose that information. I got the information in the very next meeting. I disclosed it, and apparently that doesn't matter to this board what I disclosed. So I'm telling you that's my position, and I think we ought to start over, and you know, my choice would be much more careful next time. After going back through those candidates, I felt like I probably overlooked some good candidates, and you know, that's just my opinion. But again, whoever's put in this position, whether I agree with them or not, I'm going to work with them. Good. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Yeah. All right.
That's all I need to hear.
Next item.
Okay, we have citizens to be heard on that item. I don't want to blow this off. We don't have a motion. If y'all still desire to speak, you're welcome to. Bob Danzy.
No, that's okay.
Thank you, sir. Ron Pasecki.
Yes, Ron Pisecki, 137 Royster. After your last workshop and prior to your last board meeting, I'd sent around an email to all the commissioners after I'd seen who were the top 3 candidates. I ended up strongly recommending David Edwards. I felt his business background was great, and also his background in infrastructure and public works was great. So I basically said, I think you'd get 2 for 1. You're getting a director of public works, and you're getting a manager. I won't say which commissioner, but I got a scathing email back that labeled me as one of the scoundrels in the county that was trying to set us back for the quality of management in the county, because I dismissed that person's #1 candidate. I look back in 1980 when I was in the federal government. Jimmy Carter had set up the senior executive service, and he was very upset that his senior managers, career managers, not politicals, were all getting promoted in one venue and didn't have a broad breadth of experience. So he set up the senior executive service. And the mandate for the senior executive service were that these were your senior managers, not your doctors, not your scientists. Those would still stay in the GS-18 categories. But he wanted people that had experience in more than one field that could come in there as managers, recognizing that it would probably take 3 months or more for people to get accustomed to the specific organization, but yet that they had the talent to manage that organization. Now, David Edwards told you himself, If you bring me in as your administrator, I'm going to start working right away at no charge. So you got me free until October. So by that period of time, I think Commissioner Bach said, what are you going to do the first month you're on the road, on the payroll? Well, by that time, he's already spent 3 months working with people. He could probably hit the first board meeting and say, here's what I have found and concluded in the first 3 months, and here's something I could do. Now, I know Commissioner Stewart would have maybe issues working with him, but Commissioner Stewart is only going to be chairman probably till December, and then you vote for a new chairman. So there's only about a 2-month overlap, something like that. So I would recommend at your next board meeting, you vote to rescind the previous thing and get on with it. You had 70 candidates. I think Pam's got a good administrative background. I would look for her down the road, be director of administration over purchasing and other administrative things and grants. She's a great grants person and could pull in way more than her salary that you're going to pay her for that. Thank you.
Charles Hickman.
Charles Hickman, 528 Hickorywood Drive. First of all, with almost 30 years in HR, I had a horrible time with headhunters. I think what you're going to find is cronyism when you're dealing with a free headhunter. Somebody who is within that group of individuals that supposedly knows what you need. I'll also state that this county has had a horrible record of county administrators. Just look at over the last 10 years. I look back over the last 10 years and see how many different county administrators we had and what happened to them and where they went. I honestly believe that the next county administrator that we have should be, one, be given a year to prove themselves. In the first place, it's known in management that you don't start showing any productivity until after a year anyway, even if you're new on the job and you've had previous experience. You can't show any productivity. You got to have that year to be able to start producing. And I agree with Mr. Piasecki that you have a universality of management concept, that if an individual is a good manager, that's where they will be. They will be a good manager. Will they be the President of the United States? No. Will they be a CEO or a CFO? No. But they will be a good manager. And to me, this next individual that comes in, you're already handing him a major problem. So what can you expect out of him? Is he going to come in and maybe clean house? He might have to. And then he's going to catch the blame. It doesn't matter which direction you go. So I know some of you would have preferred to see the process end, and I too prefer to see the process end. I would like to see another vote on actually the same individual, because I don't know the man well. I just have what I read, and yes, I took notice of what you said, Mr. Stewart, and as well as many others, but I just think it should be revisited.
Okay. Pam Portwood.
Before I say anything, just want to make sure that if you redo the process, you understand that I'm not going to reapply. So these are not things that I'm saying for selfish motive to get myself in as county administrator. It's over, that's done, I'm happy, I'm fine, it's all good. When you first started talking about headhunters earlier, you mentioned something about a price. Now I'm hearing you talking about a free service, but certainly, I would hope that we wouldn't spend any money on a headhunter. I mean, you did get 70 applications. You got applicants who had education, who had experience. Some had one, some had the other, and some had a little bit of both. So you had a pretty good pool. You know, the process was a ranking process. I don't know, I didn't see any huge issue with the process. I don't think I've heard anybody, you know, say anything negative about how you went about it. The bottom line was making a decision on who you were going to hire. So I would say, number one, you know, if you're looking at looking at criteria, one of the things I would hope that you would look at first is this whole issue of the top-heavy government, and we keep hearing about, you know, we don't need 2 assistant director, you know, assistant administrators, but, you know, and hopefully other people know, and maybe some more people will know, the 2 that are assistant administrators are our budget director, who was hired to be our budget director and has continued to be our budget director, and our planning director, who was hired to be our planning director and then was added more duties to be the assistant director. I think either one of them would be just fine to be the budget director and the planning director. If you decide you don't need a budget director or a planning director, then please make sure that your county administrator knows budget and knows planning. You know, it's going to make a difference whether you've got someone who is capable of leading good quality staff, and you have the good quality staff for them to lead. You're looking for some different qualifications than if you need someone to come in and do the whole job by themselves. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Chuck Hess?
Chuck Hess, 112 Lake Ellen Circle. Complexity. From what I understand and what y'all keep repeating it to us, is this is county administrator, a very complex job. There's lots going on, lots of things to understand. That's the whole thing, idea of getting an education. And so you can understand complexity and know what to do when you have a complex situation and how to handle those things. And that's why you usually put those kind of things into an applicant and on requirements for a complex job. Now, if you want just Joe Smo down the street, you make a qualification such that anybody can qualify. That's one way to do it. If you want somebody of high quality, you make the qualifications such that, you know, only those that are qualified and can do the job can actually apply. Your process seemed to be fairly good once you got an applicant pool, but I think your applicant pool was so large because your qualifications were very low, and you might try redoing it again. Thank you.
Howard Kessler?
Thank you, Commissioners. Howard Kessler, 251 Levy Bay. At the last board meeting on May 16th, dealing with some of the discussion, trying to persuade Mr. Barden to entertain the notion of becoming the permanent county administrator. And we said that the charter was preventing the hiring of Mr. Barden, and since I was an outspoken advocate for the charter, I feel I need to set the record straight. The statement that was made is because we had this charter, our county administrator had to live in our county. Well, before we had the charter, our county administrator had to live in our county. And he had to live in our county, not because of what the charter did. He had to live in our county because Section 125.73, parentheses 2, under Florida statute says the county administrator has to live in the county of his or her employment. So we put in a charter keeping the rules the same. Our charter is consistent with state statute. Now, the charter gives more power to the people, and it gives you the flexibility to change things that you might want to change. And so if you think that it's a good thing to have your county administrator living elsewhere, you, the Board of County Commissioners, can advocate that, put it before the voters, and if they so choose, they can have a county administrator description permitting him to live outside the county. I don't think that's a good idea. But the charter gives you that flexibility. And if you believe in giving more people power in their government, then you should like charter government. If you believe that you want more home rule and the flexibility to change and not just have everything directed by the state, you should like our charter government. And these are just a couple of things that are a good starting point on charter government. But don't blame the requirement that our charter has as preventing our administrator from being hired. Those are the same rules that existed before our charter. Thank you very much.
Renee Calhoun.
I think that David Edwards won fair and square. He should be already approved and in the process of learning his job. Tim Barden has proven there is no way even David Edwards can probably mess up the budget any more than it already has been. I want you to reconsider it at the next meeting, and I'll have more to say then. Thank you.
Okay. Next item.
Commissioner, the next item is request board approval to begin the process to increase the tourist development tax. I'm going to let Pam Portwood walk you through this. She's our Tourist Development Council Director.
Now I'm here as the director of your Tourist Development Council. And just before I start, just to make clear to everyone, you cannot have tourist development tax without a tourist development council. So I know, we've heard that we need to get rid of our council. You can't get rid of your tourist development council unless you get rid of your tourist development tax altogether. But the statutes require you to have a council. They lay out very specifically the types of members that have to be on that council. So you need a council. You don't have to have your director, but you got to have a council. So we're here tonight to ask you to begin the process to amend our ordinance to increase the tourist development tax. Because it's ordinance driven, it would require a public hearing. So to answer your earlier question, yes, you definitely will have another opportunity to vote down or whatever the increase in the tourist development tax. This simply request that we begin that process, and that you allow us to work with the county attorney on the language for the ordinance. The reason that we're here, as I laid out in the agenda item, your tourist development tax right now is at 2%, which is the lowest that anyone is collecting. Any county that is collecting a tax is collecting at least 2%. There are 7 counties total out of 67 who don't collect any tourist development tax in Florida. But as most of us know, our state economy is based highly on tourism, so there's very few that don't charge the tax. 14 of those counties are at 2%, 11 of the counties are at 3%, and 35 of the counties levy a 4% tax. So we're not asking for anything that's not, kind of a norm in Florida. One of the issues that we've been dealing with, and by the way, I should back up first and talk to you about, we've accomplished some really great things over the last few years. I mean, we've really worked hard, and we have got some major accomplishments under our belt. Some of that, though, is because in the last year and a half, we've gotten an extra $100,000 in grant funds to put towards marketing. Our annual budget right now is, our annual revenues, for tourist development are running right around $40,000. For about the last 5 years, it's gone between $35,000 and $40,000 at the 2% rate. Just to give you an idea, I think a lot of people probably already know that marketing is, it costs a lot of money to get the word out there and to promote yourself. But just as a for instance, we just recently, because we had these extra grant funds, we took some of the videos that we did with some of the other grant funds. You saw the 30-second spots that we did, the 8 different spots, and we're finally getting them on television for television commercials. And I have a schedule right here. They're going to be on ABC 27, and we're getting over the next 2 months 127 spots total. That cost us $4,000. That's 10% of our annual revenue. So that's not something that we could maintain over time. We're getting to spend this extra money because we got it in grant funds, but we can't, at $40,000 a year, we can't keep up like that. One of the reasons that that is an issue for us now is because frankly the market's getting flooded by people just to the west of us. Franklin County collects hundreds of thousands of dollars for their 2% that they charge because they have more beds and they have, the rentals are higher. And since the oil spill disaster, they have also been flooded with literally millions of dollars, not just Franklin, but Franklin and counties west of us, millions more dollars to offset the negative impact of the oil spill. The problem with that is that Wakulla County felt the same negative impact as our neighbor Franklin. I mean, we didn't get the tar balls literally on our beach, but our businesses, we've got businesses closing. Our tourist-related businesses got hit just as hard here as they did in Franklin County. The difference is Franklin County has literally hundreds of thousands and close to millions more dollars to spend to put television commercials out and get everybody to drive right on through Wakulla County on to Franklin and counties west. So we need to be able to compete somehow. Tourist development has been it's one of our economic engines, quote unquote. Tourist development is economic development. Tourist development creates jobs. At our public hearing, I promise you, I will have you the information about how many jobs are created with a certain amount of money in marketing and that sort of thing. So you'll have more details. One more thing I want to just show you, just because I just found out about it today and I'm very excited, and I hope it's going to excite you as much as it does me. But one of the things we do with our TDC money is we host travel writers to come and do media tours. And we have spent maybe $1,500, $2,000 or so hosting a few in partnership with some of the other organizations that we're with. Well, this last Friday, June the 3rd, this is USA Today. And I looked up on the web. I mean, I think most everybody knows what USA Today is, and you recognize that it's popular. But it is the number 2 newspaper circulated in the country. In other words, they have the highest circulation right under the Wall Street Journal. They're right at 2 million circulation, not counting all the people that read them from the airport and those sort of things. Right center, right here. This is the 51 great scenic drives that USA Today has put out, and there's one scenic drive listed for each state. And this is Florida's. As the sea breeze rolls in and the morning mist lifts along the Big Bend Scenic Highway, pine forests give way to the play of sunlight across the shallows of the Gulf of Mexico, a curvaceous beauty between the oyster beds of Apalachicola and the crab traps of Panacea. This stretch of US 98 offers fresh as you can get seafood along one of Florida's wildest shores. So we are the one scenic drive in Florida that made USA Today. I don't know if you've seen companies advertise that they'll quote, best so-and-so, according to USA Today. Well, we're fixing to use the heck out of this. But the person that submitted this was Sandra Friend, who was a travel writer that we brought in on a media tour. And, she's written some other articles that were in, different publications, but this right here is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, millions of people will see this, and some small percentage of them are probably going to look, our website is listed, and they'll find us because of this. So I think it's the return on investment is
And,
good.
you've been featured in lots of magazines.
Oh yes, we've had cover stories in Florida Sportsman on our fishing. Shell Island Fish Camp has gotten some specific articles written in ESPN Outdoors, Florida Sportsman, all because we brought in some travel writers to help. But we got to continue. We need the funding to continue this kind of marketing.
I move to approve and direct the county attorney to begin the process with Wakulla County Tourist Development Council to amend ordinance number 94-46 to increase the tourism development tax.
Do we have a number we want to use to increase it, or?
I think the resolution recommended unanimously by the Tourist Development Council recommends a 1% increase, followed, I think 6 months later, by another 1% increase.
So that's part of your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
We have some citizens to be heard.
Well, and while they're coming up, I just want to again, this is one of the best things I think Wakulla County can do. Raising the small tax, no one, and very few people pick where they're going based off the tax on their bedroom when they get there. This is money paid by people who have come in to visit Wakulla hopefully because they've seen our advertisements and come to spend money here with us. Those people spend money here eating in our restaurants, giving us jobs. They're the people who hire the green guides to go out and do tours. They're the people who come and hire our fishing guides out at Shell Island Fish Camp to go fishing. Our Tourist Development Council has representatives of hotels and tourism. I will self-disclose, I'm the representative from the county government on it. You have and other community leaders who are involved in this. I think it's a council of about 8 people, 9 people, and Pam can break it down for you. She's not a voting member. And they're all people who represent Wakulla County. Unanimously support this. I've had one citizen call who's concerned about this, concerned about the tax, and I appreciate that citizen's frustration. That it's a hard time for everybody. But again, that person selling out his hotel because he was featured in a magazine, and that helps make that happen. He was featured in a magazine because of the TDC. And it's other things. It's because he provides great service and he's great people. But that's part of what goes into helping make him sell things and helps bring more money to Wakulla County. I can't stress to you how important an opportunity this is.
Okay. Charles Hickman.
Charles Hickman, 528 Hickorywood Drive. Since my wife was gone for the last 5 days, I had no idea she was going to speak earlier on the same topic. But so I was sitting here and I was pulling some thoughts together. One of the things that you raised, Mr. Brock, is the fact that when you put 1% on and then raise it another 1% later, you are now multiplying. You have a multiple factor in there. So it's not 1% each time. It comes up to 4%, is what you're saying? Okay. I recently picked up my cell phone bill. It was brought to my attention that there was some kind of a tax on it. And I don't know how many of you pay much attention to the taxes on your cell phone bill, but there was down in the very bottom a very small amount of money. And I looked at it and I said, where does this come from? It's communication tax. It took some digging, and thanks to your staff, I was able to get some answers that satisfied me. But nevertheless, it had, in the back of my mind, a negative impact. And in addition, I happened to be in Pontiac, Michigan about a month or two ago, and I looked at my hotel bill, and it had a bed tax on it. No one ever told me that I had a bed tax on my bill, and until I just ferreted it out, and it's something that wasn't really spelled out. So what I'm doing is I know you're talking about having a workshop, is I'm going to ask...
Not a workshop, it's going to come back as a public hearing.
Okay, come back as a public hearing. I want to know, where is this money going, who receives it, and how is it being used? I think those are fair questions. When a guest reviews their bill, when it provides that negative reaction from the guest that we want to return to the county. I believe an increase at this time also only reinforces the concept of big government strikes again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Hugh Taylor? Not here. Pam Portwood, you already spoke. Renee Calhoun.
I say we should start getting some furlough days maybe for the director, and no new taxes.
Okay. So, again, so is that the last person? I'll talk, and I will be glad to let everyone else talk about how excited they are about this opportunity also, or not, if they aren't. This money, so right now we're bringing in $35,000 to $40,000 a year with the 2% tax in Wakulla County. Raising it up 1% will bring in nearly another $20,000. Another 20% will take it up to nearly $80,000. Part of that money does go towards paying our Tourist Development Council Director, Pam Portwood. The rest is spent, and I go to these meetings, and there's serious deliberation trying to figure out the best way to spend the rest of that money by the TDC. Is it best to spend the time we spent discussing billboards and where to place those billboards to bring people to Wakulla County? It was several meetings because it's like any board. When you give them the ability, they're going to talk, and we have come up with new ideas, and we've made some good decisions. I want to commend Pam because this is a part-time job right now, and I hope to. And this is not all going towards Pam's salary. These raises, we're not moving her instantly into a full-time position, but she right now gives tons of her time and goes far beyond the hours that we're paying her for to write these grants to bring in another $100,000 to spend on bringing people to Wakulla County in the last year. And just this last year, she's working with the Scenic Highway byway to bring people in and getting this coverage. It brings so much money to our community, and then helps us by doing that have more money in our community to bring more money to our community, and it's a cycle that just makes perfect sense.
I spoke to Cherie Miller about this up the creek the other day, and she was adamantly supporting it. And I don't think there's Pam will tell you, a stauncher advocate for Panacea than Cherie Miller, probably.
Okay, so any more discussion? Yes?
I got a call from someone who was concerned that maybe we aren't, that the marketing, the ads that this is paying for is maybe more targeted or designed to attract day trippers than actually to put people into beds. I don't sit in on the meeting, so I can't say, and in fact I explored with the attorney the suggestion that was made was to, if people are coming to just for a day, to just a canoe, or just, that we ought to be charging those fees rather than making the people who spend the nights in the beds pay for the ads that bring the people to just for the day trip. So all I would ask is that the Tourist Development Council take a hard look at the marketing and really put together weekend, 3-day, week-long kinds of things and promote those so that the money that's being collected by the hotel from the hotel guest is actually bringing more hotel guests.
And Pam, if you want to come up and address that, you can. I will say that they spend a lot of effort trying to attract people for nights and for heads in beds. And some of the things that we've done, like Wild About Wakulla Week, were ways to help attract people here. That was heavily promoted by the TDC.
Yes, and that's always our first priority, is to set our advertising and our marketing to target people that will come and spend the night, because it's like the goose that laid the golden egg. You can't kill the goose. You got to keep money coming in and heads in beds. And if you happen to see our commercial, which actually I'll bring it to our public hearing so you can see it. It's a 30-second commercial. It talks about, it's in the Tallahassee region. It's going outside of Tallahassee. It's not just being shown in Tallahassee. But it encourages people to come for a day, but it also literally requests that you come for the, week or a weekend stay. In other words, I mean, we are very focused on getting heads in beds. However, I will say that just over this last year, we have put a little bit of money where we normally wouldn't towards day trips because some of our businesses are dying. And if all we can get right now, even to just save some of those businesses, is to get the day trippers back a little bit and remind them that we're still here, we wanted to do that. So we have done some, but only within the last year, and only because it's been a dire circumstance. But all of our grant program, everything encourages heads in beds because that's where the funding comes from. So we're very cognizant of that.
Okay. Any more discussion? All for the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we'll move on. Is that all you had, Tim?
That's the end of general business.
Thank God. Commissioner agenda items, Mr. Brock.
All right, I have 2 commissioner agenda items tonight. The first one, I submitted this a month ago, and I want to talk about it, but we don't actually have to move forward with it tonight unless, well, I'll talk about it. So I request that that Wakulla County joins the Economic Development Council for Wakulla County. It's an organization in our Chamber of Commerce whose job it is to help start businesses in Wakulla County and help new businesses build up and new businesses from Wakulla County itself, and to help bring new people here. The membership in this organization, it's $500 a year, and then you're a participatory member, and our county could have a voice in that process, and we'd be helping to also put that little bit of money forward to help try and help inspire economic development. The first year, they asked that you pay double. And to justify, it's explained in here why, but they asked the first year you pay your fees, and then a second set of fees, and then from then on it's just $500. So it'd be $1,000 the first year we join, $500 in the future. We've just spent an hour and a half, 2 hours talking about cutting money from our budget. At some point, we have to do something to start building revenue in our community, because as property values drop in Wakulla County and taxes go down and tax collection goes down, but our needs aren't going down, because again, as people go through hard economic times, they look to their government and their nonprofits for help, and our service demand is going up. At the same time, we have less money. We need to do something to help bring people jobs in Wakulla and to help people sell things in Wakulla so we get more sales tax, to help have more jobs in Wakulla so people come build and buy houses here. Today may not be the right day. It may need to wait till next fiscal year as we can figure out a way to find that $1,000. But I do think this is a direction we need to move forward, and I wanted to keep, and so I almost pulled it because I knew it would be one of these conversations. But I wanted to still have the conversation and talk about, right now, as a government, we're not participating with the EDC, unlike other governments all around us. Gadsden County writes a check every year. Leon County writes a check every year to help bring business to the EDC, to help bring more money. Large checks, thousands and thousands of dollars. And we aren't doing that. And that's one of the things contributing to why we don't have a group trying to bring jobs here. They're starting. They're volunteers, and they're working hard, and there's people here who might want to talk on it. But, yeah. I don't know if Commissioner Arntz.
Well, did you want to make a motion? I thought you were.
I was going to say I might make a motion. If there's someone else, and if there's discussion, I might make the motion to put it in next year's budget, which is only a few months away versus starting it this year. I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion for next year. Why don't you venture out and see what you get for this year?
All right, I'll make a motion to invest it this year.
Okay. Is that open for discussion?
No,
There needs a second, then discussion. You can second for discussion.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay.
What's the end of this fiscal year? We pay our money, and what do we get? I'm for it, by the way, but when do we have to renew?
I think it's based on a calendar year. The chamber membership and the EDC memberships. Do you want to speak to the mic, John? I apologize. I didn't. Did you have a card? Good.
Yeah.
May not have warned you, but you're here.
We strongly encourage you to support us. I mean, not supporting us. We're all trying to work together. And when Alan said that a lot of other governments put forward thousands of dollars. They put forward tens of thousands of dollars towards chambers and EDCs. I think Gadsden County puts up something like $70,000 to their chamber every year to help subsidize them. We don't want a penny, you know. We want to be independent. But yeah, it happens a lot. It happens a lot locally, and it would be good if we all worked together on it a little bit more. But speaking of the fees, I've asked Kevin to do two things this year. One, look at our structure, and two, look at our fees. And I think that at the last meeting, they're always at noon, and I can't make noon meetings, but they did change the fees, and I don't know that I'm not sure what they did, but I do believe that it would only be the 500, not 1,000. And I'm not sure if they would prorate it. They may very well prorate it since there's just I'm not sure when the starting time, but we can certainly look into all that. And I could get you, a better, an answer on all those.
I don't want to be hypocritical, but one of the items on the chopping block that Tim still has to consider is eliminating overtime at the parks, and that will save $1,754 for this year. So I think it'd be kind of hypocritical. I know it's only $500 to say we're looking at chopping this overtime at our parks, but now we're going to spend $500 joining the Economic Development Council. Maybe next year. But
I think Mr. Stewart has Mr. Stewart has a solution for that.
Maybe they should let us join for free.
Well, I'm willing to put in $100 of my own money because I think it's that important. If the rest of the commission will join me, and I think Mr. Moore said he would.
I will join you.
So that's $200. Is anybody else willing to?
Hey, guys, I don't have a job. I don't have a job.
I don't know anything about the Economic Development Council.
Well,
if that's what we need to do, I will also. I haven't paid my.
I don't see why we can't just wait till next year.
Well, if it's a calendar year, we need to get started now.
It's going to be prorated.
Budget year.
Everybody prorates.
Well,
I think.
I suggest you table it and let me get a real number back to you.
Okay.
Yes, I don't think we should be paying John to help. For the government to help economic development in the county. I think we should pay.
I'm not asking.
It's generally. It's not. It's very. Wakulla County is pretty unusual in that that we don't work together more.
Well, if we were a business, I'd go along with you, but taxpayers pay us. I don't think we're not.
What it generates sales tax.
Well, and Commissioner Ott says something she wants to say, so okay. She's had her finger up.
Well, okay. I joined the Economic Development Council in 2004, I think, and I paid my dues for that. And I try to attend meetings when I can. And, it's always been kind of interesting to me because we have lots of people who talk about economic development, but nobody else seems to participate on the Economic Development Council. But some of what I'm wondering is what's going to change, because Jennifer Langston attends pretty much every meeting as the county's representative.
Unofficially.
Well, but she does. She sits there, she provides information, she brings back information. I try to do the same. Some of my concerns about the Economic Development Council, it's a very small group. I think I've now been there for at least 5 different chairs, maybe more, but they're getting better. I think the last 2 in particular, and possibly 3, are pretty sharp and actually had a plan, but
I think the one you have now is probably the best one.
Well,
and that's one thing we're trying to do is try to get lower dues, to spread it out, to get more people involved. We are trying to change it.
Well, actually, can I just finish giving you all history on this a little bit? They waived the dues for the last 2 years or year and whatever. So if we wanted to have more involvement, it would have been good to do it when they weren't charging dues. Now, dues are going to be reinstituted starting July 1 at 50%, is the decision that was made. But one of my questions at the meeting where we voted to do that, and I voted to do it, was what is that money going to be spent on? And I would feel much more comfortable if there was a specific proposal related to economic development that our funds were going to be used to, as opposed to just going into this account that has dues that have been collected for many years. And, the other thing is, we really need a strategic plan for what we can do to develop economically. And I know, Mary Ellen was the chair the last previous one, and she was working on, she was trying to target businesses with 200 employees elsewhere who might want to do open up a branch or a second place here. And I volunteered to help, and I contacted a lot of EDCs and chambers where they had those, and they really didn't want to share that information, and I don't think we made any headway with that particular initiative. And I know there was just a meeting with our IDA and our EDC where they kind of agreed jointly that they needed to develop a business kit, and they needed to update their website, and they need to develop a plan of who they're going to target. And the problem is the EDC has just a small group of volunteers who, other than the chairperson, really there's not anybody else volunteering. Now we have Pam there. Scott Jackson volunteered a year or two ago. He was doing some things. I volunteer where I can, but I don't think our giving money to the EDC is going to help. I think unless there's a specific proposal, if they need X amount of dollars to do this in terms of a business toolkit or a website or whatever, I think the bigger issue is we need a lot more people in the community-wide on the EDC.
And that's why we're trying to lower our dues structure to get more. At one point, it was, the bottom line was $300. And you also need to be a chamber member too, and that changed that. Right, and that's what there was two things we wanted to do this year was do that and look at our how the EDC relates back to the Chamber of Commerce, mainly because the board of directors for EDC is the chamber, and so they got this money to spend, but there's a group back here that's not all members of it that stop them from spending it. But we're trying to sort through all that and get a focus. And I think we're starting to break through that.
One last thing, just for the board. I took a lot of flack when we gave $10,000 to the chamber for the Shop Local campaign. There were a lot of people who were unhappy that but at least for that, I knew exactly what the money was being used for, and I saw a more immediate return on investment. So even though I'm a member, I'm probably not going to support this.
I'm going to, real quickly, and I know Mary Ellen has a card in also, she may want to say some words. No? Okay. No, this is for the next one? Okay, I just read ahead, I apologize.
I'd say real quick that one of the things that I see is that the county, the chamber, the EDC, the IDC, and everybody else at sea, we need to really work all together, and this is nothing more than a working together. This is just a token.
And that's the point I want to make again. Initially, when I first looked at this, I was trying to figure out a way for us to actually get a part-time staffer who could spend the time trying to bring more jobs to Wakulla County, with the idea being their job would be to increase the tax base to help fund themselves. There's ways to work these things out. And I realized, because that was even a month ago, I was like, this is not the time to be trying to talk about spending enough money to hire people. I think that we should be paying these minimal dues moving forward and helping invest in the EDC so they can come up with a plan and we can figure out what those next steps are. But it takes money, as you know, to fund those studies and to fund those planning meetings and to fund these things. And I'd like to see them have the ability to do that. And also, officially as dues-paying members, we're official members, and that gives us the right to speak and participate at their meetings, which right now they let us attend. But I know the chamber, because they're also trying to help increase their dues, is making more of a move towards only allowing dues-paying people to participate, because they don't want people taking advantage of this of not paying dues.
Okay.
So.
Well, I keep my $100. And Bob Danzy? want to say something about that?
Yeah, that was right on cue. If you keep your $100, what I propose is I will give $100. I will donate $100 toward that under one condition, that since we're trying to create economic development or business for the county, that you will vote to repeal one of the ordinances that stand in the way of what we really want. You know, there's a lot of ordinances. There's a few that I have as pet projects, but there's several ordinances that are out there, and you know that they somehow impede growth. So
You got to come up with more than $100.
there's my $100. Well, I was just matching you. So.
I know. I hear you.
I mean it seriously, but I understand. You know, I want to make a point too. But I would be willing to do that.
Do you want me
Don't take
to
any money
Thank
for
you.
that.
table this and bring it back at the next meeting, or you want to have the vote?
I don't want to even hear that.
We'll table this and bring it back to the next meeting. I'll ask the chamber, John, if you could bring up an update and maybe have Kevin here. And I apologize for any trouble that we've caused. My second agenda item. And do I need any vote to table?
Keep going.
Yeah, we'll move to table.
Okay. When we move to table, got a second? To table? Second? All for the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
All right, my second one. This one is also involves the chamber some. Wakulla County has conflicting rules in our policies and ordinances in Wakulla County for the use of alcohol in parks and planning events in parks and planning events anywhere in on county property. We've been asked, and I know there's representatives here from the chamber, and there's also representatives here from the Youth Coalition, to look at our policies and try and make them, and to try and just update them, get rid of any conflicts, and make them more current. I attached one of them because I found it late. Is the one from 1973 banning hippies. Basically, it says that any event that's planned in Wakulla County, any festival, any music festival, anything you've seen in Hudson Park, every contract that's there must be approved by the county. We must receive a copy of it. There must be complete financial standards. It hasn't been enforced. But when I mentioned to the county that I had friends thinking about doing a music festival in the county, they're like, "Oh, we have this ordinance."
Hippies.
So I want to see us help fix that. I want to see us. What I would like to see us do is make our policy similar to what Leon County has, where you have protections built in. If you're going to have, because and they'll come and talk to you. One of these things is, as we've known in the past, the Chamber of Commerce oversees our historic courthouse, and they want to use that venue. One of their goals to do that and help pay for historic renovations there is to hold wedding receptions. And some people at a wedding reception want to have alcohol. Not all, but they're feeling it's not competitive. And there are historic buildings owned by Parks and Rec in Tallahassee, in the county of Tallahassee, that allow that. So when people are making choices, they choose to go there. If you choose to, because I've hosted events when I was in college, fundraisers or events at those buildings, and in parks where there were alcohol, and you have to go and you have to get insurance, and you have to get deputies, and there's a whole process that you have to go through to help protect the county from liability, and it'll be fees associated, and everyone's okay with that. Right now, we have a policy saying you can't have alcohol in parks, and we have a policy saying, a law, saying that with the Parks and Rec director's permission, you can have alcohol in parks. So little things like that are just, I want to see us find them, and I've worked very closely with our law firm on this, but before they bring back proposals, they wanted to get direction from the whole board, because Bethany and I have worked very closely to try and figure out some of these problems.
You want to make the motion?
Yeah, I will, yeah, sorry. Thank you. I move my motion, option one.
His motion is to direct the county attorney to bring back proposed revisions to the ordinances that pertain to this issue and suggest policy changes for the board, and I'll second your motion.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion and a second. Any more discussion by the board? Got some citizens that want to be heard.
Okay, I just want to say thank you for bringing this. The part that's frustrating for me is, what was it, 2 years ago, we approved having a park board who was supposed to do things like review the, set policies, and who knows what happened to that.
And as the citizens come to speak, I do want to say the Youth Coalition has taken a very proactive role in this, and as they've heard us discussing these things in the community, they said, we're excited that you're going to make your policies better. we want to help make sure that we have a voice in there to make sure they discuss best practices. And I commend them, and I'm glad to have them working with us to help make sure that we're implementing best practice. They've even brought a speaker to Wakulla County who is a statewide recognized speaker who helps do best policies for festivals and local events.
Okay,
And I would, yeah.
Mary Ellen Davis?
They had the chamber mixers.
Don't try to talk us out of it.
Chamber mixers.
Not at the chamber.
I'll try not to. I'm Mary Ellen Davis, 17 High Drive, Crawfordville. I'm here as chairman of the courthouse building committee, the old wooden courthouse. The state of Florida recently recognized us for having done such a wonderful project, but it's an expensive project to maintain. It's an expensive building, and we're obligated to maintain it. We're limited in our revenues because we can only lease the building for purposes that are not for profit. It would help us to be able to allow alcoholic beverages to be served there for wedding receptions and certain things like that. We would advocate use of best practices as well and a special use permit similar to what the city of Tallahassee has. The city of Tallahassee generally prohibits alcoholic beverages on city property, but does authorize a special use permit with, steps in place to ensure that the county is not liable for incidents and that there is insurance coverage and appropriate steps in place to manage it. And it would help us to be able to do that.
Okay. Bruce Ashley?
First, Commissioners, thank you for your service to the community. I come to you tonight kind of twofold, but primarily as the president of the Wakulla County Coalition for Youth. And yes, Commissioner Brock, thank you for bringing this issue forward. We did host a training recently in the county on festival and event safe practices and best practices, and we'd like to carry that forward with a review of our ordinances. I think it is time. It is always a good time to do that. I say that with a background of 20 years of being involved in the regulation and enforcement of alcohol laws in the state of Florida, and I've worked in every major county in this state and with many local governments to formulate such ordinances. So I appreciate the opportunity to help from the coalition standpoint. We encourage safe best practices at all future festivals and events on behalf of our youth, and we look forward to working with you on any help we can give in formulating the final ordinance.
Okay, thank you. John Shuff?
Add to Mary Ellen that when we went to this courthouse, the renovation ceremony that we went to, it was at a Presbyterian church. It was 173 years old, and there was the first wine reception they'd ever had in that church. So that was interesting. But we've had a number of calls. My wife is the administrator for the chamber. We've had a number of calls for weddings at the old chamber. We've had one. But every one of them, when they ask if they can serve beer or wine or something like that, and we say no, then the conversation's ended.
Okay,
so it'd be very helpful.
Okay, any more discussion?
I also want to add in that the county attorney, one of the county attorneys, Bethany Burgess, did actually attend the festival training, so she's already been proactive on this.
Okay, all for the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore.
Okay, what I have to bring forward is the golf cart community. We brought this forward one time before, and what was a very simple process got convoluted into what we, in my opinion and other people's opinion, we didn't want. So what we're asking here is that we just go back and make the golf cart community resolution or whatever to be the same as the state statutes, nothing more, nothing less. Just accept the state statutes. Shell Point, basically, their golf community is a state statute, and basically, if we just follow that same thing, everything will be cool. The sheriff did not want any part of charging fees. doesn't mean that he will not oversee or help in any way that he would like to, but he doesn't want a part of charging fees, and I'm sure that he will watch over everyone. But it's just moving it back to state statutes. It's not a big issue.
Make your motion.
We do have.
Want to make a motion?
Yes, I would make a motion that we move it back to the state statutes.
Okay, direct staff to amend comprehensive countywide golf cart comp community ordinance 11-09 regarding the operator's age and inspection fees in the schedule and advertise a public hearing just considering age.
That's your motion?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll second. The night is long, ladies and gentlemen, and if you like this idea, and you want us to like it also, I'm teasing.
Don't try to talk us out of it. What we're trying to say. Mark Wallheiser? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You're a good man. Bill Parsons? Bill Parsons? Kathleen LaMarche? No, he can't have yours. He can have his 3 minutes, and I'm sure that'll be enough for you. Want Alan? Come on, sir. Come on, Alan.
I think you have the vote already, Alan. I'm not sure.
Well, you know that.
You talk more than 15 seconds, I might change my mind.
Let me simply say, I want to thank you. We had, prior to the break, prior to everybody from Shell Point, we had a couple of bus loads of them out there. Saw their staff recommendation. I sent them all home, and I said, listen, these are reasonable people. Don't worry about it. Just go home. Thank you.
Thank you for your confidence.
Good
Byron Price? Byron's gone. And Ron Pasecki? Okay.
Thank
Any more discussion?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Just because it's kind of frustrating to me, this seems really inefficient and like we've wasted time and county's attorney time, because we just passed an ordinance and now we're going to undo it and, rewrite it. And I don't know what the solution is. We need to either figure a better way of getting word out to the community that this is going to be on the agenda. We had all the Panacea folks, but none of the Shell Point people were here. Now we got the Shell Point people, none of the Panacea folks are here. And some of what I do is when I know an agenda item's coming up that I think's of interest to people, I send out emails or let people know, come to this meeting if you care about this. Because now we're wasting money undoing what we just did a month ago. And, so I don't know that I have the answer, but maybe something needs to be better publicized about what's coming up so we get more community input and aren't having to undo things. The only other thing I want to say is I still feel like 16 is the best age. If these were roads that cars didn't drive on, if it was only walkers, bicyclists, golf carts, I wouldn't have any problem with having 14-year-olds. But when cars are driving on these roads, I get very concerned about people who don't have driver's licenses, who don't know the rules of the road, being on a road with cars. And as a parent, I don't want my child or anybody else's child in an accident just because the state statute says 14. I still would like to stay with 16 or a driver's license is that they have to have a driver's license. I'm all for getting rid of the inspections and the fees and whatever. But
no, sir. We're going to move on. Thank you, though, Alan.
And I will reiterate that 98, they're not allowed to drive on Highway 98 with the golf carts.
Okay. So any more discussion? All for the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Okay. Ms. Arts, your item's next.
Well, I tell you, I almost feel like tabling this, but I do. No, I want to let you know about it because it was. We found out just last week, and staff was very nice to put this on to the agenda. The Wakulla Springs Working Group, which has been just a wonderful collaborative effort to protect and restore Wakulla Springs, has lost its funding. And they were in year one of a 3-year plan to develop a restoration plan that is more comprehensive than anything that I've seen really discussed by that group. And, you know, it's very disheartening to me and in fact, the contractor had been led to believe by DEP that they would still be continued, you know. So it was very sudden news that they are being, their funding's being lost. So when I quickly, as soon as I found that out, knowing that this was gonna be, the agenda was being finalized, I begged Jessica and Tim to let me put this on, and my initial idea was, oh goodness, we need to try and protest it and reverse it and start lobbying the governor and the legislators and DEP who let this happen. But, you know, part of me is sort of just, I don't know, losing some optimism that we might actually have an effect, you know. So I do know that there are discussions going on among the Friends of Wakulla Springs, and Bob Knight is trying to approach jurisdictions to look at trying to piece together enough funding to keep the development of the restoration plan going. But after our budget discussion, I don't see how we can commit to, you know, putting any money even ourselves. And, you know, I would hope this would be something if our chamber and, you know, the Friends of Wakulla Springs and other groups who recognize how important, and the Tourist Development Council, if you have any grant money or whatever that you could award toward this. You know, it's just, this is our county's identity in many ways. Brings in hundreds and thousands of dollars each year in tourist money. And it's, you know, it's turning into, the expression's been used, a black lagoon. You know, it's just the algae and the poor water clarity and everything. It's just...
Don't say that, nobody will come down here.
Well, I know, and there's been systematic progress, and it's so disheartening to me to now hear that, you know, this effort is just stopped. So I don't know. I was going to make a motion. I was going to make several motions that we authorize the chairman to sign and staff to send letters to FDRP, our state legislators, and Governor Scott, that we follow up with phone calls and meetings with them to try to get them to reverse this decision, and that we explore all the different funding possibilities countywide in local jurisdictions to see what we can do to keep this effort going. So I guess I don't know. Maybe
my blessing, do whatever you want to do, Mr. Archer.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, and I think it's short-sighted of our governor to have vetoed the funds for this. They've already invested 1 year in a 3-year program, and Wakulla Springs is a treasure for the whole state, not just Wakulla County, and it's recognized that way throughout the world. I would, and I don't know that there's a rush because it's not going to come back up until there's another meeting, another special session. We might be able to get a legislator to try and put it back in the budget to counter that. It might be easier and better if we had a resolution versus just having us draft a letter. If you wanted to bring one back, I know I would. I can't anticipate any reason not to support it. I'd like to also add in surrounding legislators, not just our delegation, but I think Tallahassee has a kinship to Wakulla Springs. I think we should reach out to them also. And the more people we can reach out to, the better. I've been to these meetings in the past. I haven't attended as much as I would like to, but they've been good groups, good meetings, and I like to see them move forward and continue to try and protect Wakulla Springs.
Help draft a resolution. I think that's a good idea.
Okay. I'll do that then, so I'll table this and bring it back with the resolution. And I'm also interested in hearing the Friends of Wakulla Springs is having discussions, and I'll be interested in hearing what they're doing.
Ron?
Yeah, John Schuff and I haven't been coming to many meetings lately, but it seems like there's 4 or 5 items, so you got us both tonight. Yeah, I'm here as president of Friends of Wakulla Springs. I got the same email that Lynn did from Bob Knight that it's not been funded, and I think you've all probably seen that now. What was funded in the past was they were being paid, and this is a group out of Gainesville, Bob Knight and his wife Deborah Siegel, and there's another person, Lynn Sherry. They were chartered with putting on 4 meetings a year of this Wakulla Watershed Basin Working Group, and to work toward developing a springs restoration plan. Part of the money that was there, and it was $72,000 a year for each year for 3 years, was to pay for administrative fees, also salaries, travel, per diem, and that. I'm not sure how much of that is out of the $72,000 versus the actual work of putting together the plan. I've spoken with Deborah Siegel, who's the wife of Bob Knight. They're putting together a draft plan, which is part of the deliverable for this year, and that should be available immediately, this week or very soon. They're also looking at a revised scope of work. They're saying if we want to continue the efforts, but not under DEP, we can drop some of the other administrative requirements that DEP imposed on us for running the quarterly meetings. Maybe we could do it semi-annual or whatever. So they're going to come up with that also. I've also talked at length with Jim Stevenson, who I think you all know. Jim ran this group before and is recognized, has been by the governor and previous governors, as one of the experts on springs in Florida. I've talked with Jack Leppert, who you both all know, that Jack's been involved with the springs on that. And I've talked with Dr. Rodney DeHaan, who's a neighbor of mine, lives in Shell Point, but also one of the senior hydrogeologists at Florida Geological Survey. Todd Kincaid, who you probably know also, Todd works under contract for Dr. DeHaan. So all of the work that's been done at Wakulla Springs and Spring Creek is basically from grant money and legislative money through Dr. DeHaan. And then USGS with Dr. Al Davis is another one. So what we have proposed to do is, as soon as we get this draft restoration plan, we'll pull all these scientists together and look at where we are now and what needs to be done. Now, in talking with them the other day, these are folks that are doing the scientific work on this on a day-to-day basis as part of their jobs, part of their funding from federal and state organizations. So if they are to pick up some of this work and help us develop the plan, that could be done at no cost, because it would be absorbed within that. So I'm not sure yet how much cost we need. Now, what I would urge, and I think Lynn has a great idea, I think it would be very good for the board to pass a resolution strongly supporting the Springs Restoration Program and making this well known to the legislature, and then sending a copy of this to Leon County, sending a copy of this to the City of Tallahassee, saying here's how strong we support the restoration of Wakulla Springs because of the impact of over 200,000 people a year coming in there, and we urge everybody to do what they can to help forth or go forth and help them get a restoration plan. The money isn't going to be there right now, either at the legislature and probably not at the state level. So,
Okay.
thank you.
County Attorney, you had no items? Anything else, County Administrator?
Want to take a break first?
No.
I'm just kidding. If you have any comments about or questions about what was brought up about the personnel issues, I won't talk about them in the public meeting, but I think I've communicated with you on both any of those issues that have been brought up. So if you have any other questions, just please let me know and we can discuss them.
Discussion issues by commissioners. Ms. Arts, anything?
I like Cheryl Ola's idea. She's not here anymore, but she suggested having a workshop where everybody shares some of their cost-saving ideas. She had some ideas, and
You know how I feel that workshop this
We got enough of them.
Might bring it up at
Maybe
the
at a
beginning
short
of the
meeting, we can all discuss at the end.
or maybe at a budget meeting when all the officers are here or something. Anyway.
Well, I was going to echo, because we also, and I think Commissioner Stewart had mentioned having a workshop of some sort to discuss, just trying to understand, while we all can be together and hear the same message, how we got ourselves into this predicament that we discussed earlier today. It might be something we could have as a composite of that, is at the end of that workshop, if he pushes it forward, having a discussion of any cost-saving ideas that anybody on our staff has throughout the county.
Good thing for a budget workshop.
Okay. Anything else? Mr. Moore?
Basically, I noticed Pam having the pressure of this administrator off of you. Your smile is different. Your smile is different. You
Not being in the process anymore.
You have a big smile, Pam. Yeah. But
Okay.
tonight you have a different smile.
Okay. The next, I'll go next since we're going that way. The next meeting is on the 20th of June. I just want to let you know there's a couple options for me. I won't be here, or if y'all will entertain moving it to the next night, would work for me. But I can't come that Monday night. I could come that Tuesday night. But that's up to you guys. Y'all can do it without me, but I won't be here.
We can't do it without you, Mike.
Oh, sure we can.
That's okay. I don't care if we have Comcast, but
My phone's
that's up to y'all. If y'all want to have Comcast, you can have it Monday night. That's up to you guys. I'm just letting you know I can't come that Monday night because I have another event I have to take care of.
That we can move it to the 21st. That would work for me.
I'm clear on the 21st.
I'll make myself clear.
Can we get a motion to move?
I make a motion that we move the meeting on Monday, Tuesday to June 20th to Tuesday, June 21st.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Is that fine with you, Ms. Arts?
Jessica, we don't have any public hearings that have been already advertised out in the school or supper or anything, is it?
We have time to re-advertise.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're not.
Okay. All for the motion?
Aye.
Thank y'all for doing that. The next thing is, I just want to say briefly, there's been a lot of discussion about the chairman tonight. And, blaming this chairman, that chairman, my being a chairman. I just want to say that the chairman has no more power than any person up here. We have the same vote. My vote counts 1/5 of the vote up here. All I do is, unfortunately, is I have to sign stuff every day. I will gladly, if y'all don't like what I'm doing, I serve at the pleasure of this board. I will be glad to step down and let somebody else be chairman before the month of November. I say that sincerely, because if the perception is 99% of the rule, is that I'm screwing it up, then I'll gladly step aside and let somebody else serve it, and let them take a beating. So that's all I'm going to say about it. So y'all can do that at the next meeting if you like.
I don't want no part of it, Mike.
Okay.
I think you're doing a great job. I think Tim's doing a great job. And, there's so much criticism that is directed. I hope some of the people who are so unhappy with our job performance will run.
I have one thing to say.
Really?
I got a mullet boat, a big mullet boat out of Panacea. This week we filled it full of dirt, and my wife is looking to be the yard of the month down in Panacea for those who care.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, I'll take those people fishing. Chairman Stewart, you're doing a great job as chairman. I know you weren't fishing for compliments. I just wanted.
I'm just saying, I'm tired of hearing it, and if that's the case, then y'all got the right to move me anywhere you want to move
Hey,
me.
Mike, nobody wants your job.
No.
We don't want that job.
I did, and we don't have to bring it up tonight. We can bring it up at a future meeting. I've spent the last 2 weeks talking to people at length about the budget issues that we were dealing with earlier today. I will probably be spending the next 2 weeks discussing the budget issues that we move forward with today. I'm not against having a workshop where all 5 of us can get there and make sure all 5 of us are on the same page, because I come away, even today, I come away with a different understanding than some other people are at this meeting. And other people, we each ask different questions, and someone will come up with, here's what I heard, and I'll say what I heard, and they don't match. And they're not that far off, but they're different interpretations. And I just want to try and get us all on the same page. And I don't want to do it at 7 o'clock at night until 9 o'clock at night, or the other things on the agenda. Like, if you want to have a workshop on it, I don't think it's a bad idea.
Okay, we hear a motion to adjourn?
Nope, I got a couple items.
Sorry, Mr. Merritt.
Is we taking his phone too, the chairman? I would think if any of us needs a phone, he has to sign a lot of papers and stuff.
I think the phones that are staying are us 6.
That's, all of us keep our phone.
I want to give mine back, though.
Really?
Hey, I own my phone.
Well, if you own it, I would think.
No, that's not true, Mr. Moore. You get a stipend for your phone.
I asked for that to be reduced, did I not, Debbie?
No, sir, you told me to get back.
Oh.
Anyway, my point is, given the fact, I didn't know we were going to keep our phones. I assume it'd be like furlough days and we would all get rid of them. If you got someone that needs a phone more than me, which I don't need it very much, please give my phone to them.
I brought mine to the meeting to give back.
Roadside vendors, I'm going to be looking at that. That's a pretty convoluted item. I know it's a dog mess. But I think if we simply follow state statute, that we can accomplish what we do want to accomplish a lot easier without needing our own rules.
I waited in there one time and I got it.
I know. Let me try. Number 3, going back to what Ms. Portwood said earlier and what you just said, how does our other elected offices handle citizen comment, citizen participation, for example, like the school board? What do they do? What does Franklin County do? Leon County do?
Leon County only allows a little bit of feedback at the end. They can't talk during the meetings, right? Or is that the city of Tallahassee?
Yeah, I think it's a mixed bag all over the state. I think.
I'd love to see us go to what the school board does.
Well, I'd be interested to see what they do, how they handle it, just maybe so we could be consistent. I don't.
What your school board does, I believe they have a public comment portion at the beginning. They don't then allow comment on every item. You have 3 minutes to make your discussion. A lot of counties and cities do it that way.
And I certainly don't want to stifle anything, but at least maybe I need on my own to look at it. Maybe you can send a copy.
And on that, I've always, because I know they do this at City of Tallahassee or Leon County, because I've had people tell me what we should do before, and recommend that. I don't understand. Do they not have any citizen feedback? It's just such a concept for me on items. Like if you just have people who are directly affected speak. Okay.
Either that or they can do it during citizens to be heard. Or some places have a citizens to be heard portion at the beginning, then they go through the items, and then there's another one at the end. In some case, something evolved, and they now want to discuss it, but they didn't do it at the beginning, there's another
So at the
one.
beginning of the meeting, they could give all of their complaints or insight.
That's another model.
Or
There's
wisdom.
any
What does
number of
the
ways
school
to
board do? That's what I'd be interested in.
The
If you don't
school
mind
board-
sending that to me.
I can
I
know
can just get on their
anecdotally
website.
what they do is that
I'll get it for you.
They what?
that they allow citizen comment at the beginning, and then I don't believe they allow comment on every item as it comes up for vote.
Of course, and in land use issues, that would be totally different. You have to allow comment.
Public
on
hearings.
those.
The public hearings.
It would
is
not
still
apply to your
hearings.
public hearings, and it would not apply to any
But they
E&T
talk to the
items.
subject that's at hand, not any just off the wall stuff.
Yeah, it's a tricky place to wade into, and yeah.
Okay.
Move to adjourn.
We're adjourned. Thank y'all.
All right, there you go.